Hey, everybody, what's going on? What's hot? What's hip? What's happening? What is shaking on your Friday night? Good to see you. We've got a big evening planned for you that, of course, will feature Mr. Ed Robertson. He was here with us last week to talk about his brand new book, The FBI Dossier. He's here tonight to talk about another brand new book. He's got books coming out every 3 minutes, Men of Action. We'll talk about 4 different TV shows. You will love all of them. Get to Know is here. G2K is what I'm going to call him. What up, what up, what up, what up? Hey, we're trying to have a good time. Hungus Mungus is here. He's a yacht builder over in, I don't think we've ever really determined whether he's from Germany or the Netherlands, one of those. He builds yachts. Anyway, if you'd like to, please do all those free things you can do for the program. Don't cost you a cent. They involve the algorithm, the almighty, all-powerful, all-seeing algorithm. And also we have super chats and memberships, but don't super chat me tonight. Instead, what I'd like you to do, if you would be so inclined, is to go to edrobertson.com and purchase this book or the one before. I believe Rumpled Trenchcoat was already purchased, this baby. And I'm trying to see, it's a bargain at any price. There you are. If you go to edrobertson.com, I'm sure there will be plenty of ways that you can purchase and get that. You will very much enjoy any of his books on Maverick, on the Rockford Files, you name it. And he's got some great interviews in this book. He did one with Robert Stack that's absolutely fabulous. So, anyway, hope you're having a fabulous Friday evening. We'll try to get you through it as best we can. I'm going to go double make sure that that I haven't received any last minute massages. And pretty soon here, we'll get this show on the road. Let's see. I do have one massage here. I'll tell you what, sometimes computers are fun. Other times, well, not quite as fun. All right, looks like we're cool. Looks like we're groovy. Looks like everything's going to be just fine. Just fine. Let's see. Hungus Mungus said we had a terror attack in Germany. 11 dead, over 60 wounded. I am so sorry to hear that. I am very sorry to hear that. Sven Dunkel is his real name, or at least the other name he's got. But that is awful. That's terrible. The 4 TV shows that we will cover tonight are The Untouchables, The Magician, Harry O, and Run for Your Life. The Untouchables, many of you probably have seen. It still runs in pretty serious rotation on, is it Me TV? Might be Me. It might be Antenna TV, but I think it's Me TV, or the Heroes in Action or whatever. And it has Robert Stack in it, black and white, really good. But the other shows aren't as well known. The Magician has been sort of in rotation, syndication on cable for a long time. So some of you may have seen it. It's about a magician that solves crimes. And Harry O, of course, David Jansen from The Fugitive, the TV show, not the movie. If you've ever seen the movie, and many people have with Harrison Ford, it's great. It's wonderful. But The Fugitive, the TV show, incredible. Later on, David Jansen had a sort of a groundbreaking detective series called Harry O. And it was groundbreaking because Harry O is very, very, very unconventional detective. Good show. And then Run for Your Life is a show that it's the concept of it. All these shows had amazing concepts. They weren't just another police drama. They weren't just another detective show. They had a unique twist. And Run for Your Life is this amazing show. Imagine this. They tell you you have 2 years to live. And instead of like sort of laying back and just waiting for the inevitable. On Run for Your Life, the deal was this guy's going all out. He's got 2 years to live and he is going for broke. So we will cover all of those with our good friend Ed Robertson when the time comes. So let me look into the thing that Hungus just told me about and see if I can provide a little background on that until our guest arrives. I'm seeing 2 dead, at least 2 dead. Rescue workers deployed after the Christmas market incident at the Berliner Breitscheidplatz, and that was in 2016. This one from, let's see, suspected Christmas market attacker was anti-Islam activist. 2 killed and scores injured in Germany as a car plowed through a crowd at a German Christmas market. So it's a breaking story. I'm sure details will be emerging as time goes along. So let's just see here. Yeah, Magdeburg, Germany. Well, I'm very sorry to hear that. That's obviously awful, particularly at this time of year. That ain't no good. Nobody wants that. So thoughts with those folks over in Germany. That's sorry to hear that, Sven. At any rate, without any further ado or any further adont, let's bring on the man who knows everything about television. He's the best thing, I think, that's happened to TV since the invention of volume control knobs. And that, of course, is Ed Robertson. And if we're getting an echo, somebody needs to tell me about it now. I don't think we will be, but how are you this evening, Ed?
Tom, I'm doing well, and I love the background.
Yeah, most of the backgrounds that I use, I specially pick for the theme or whatever topic we're covering. And man, I just couldn't. We got 4 shows. I couldn't find one image that was perfect. And some of these older shows, it's difficult to find a high enough resolution wide shot. I get plenty of 8 by 10s.
But you can never do wrong with just a copy.
I've been holding it up, and it's extremely well designed cover there. I really, really like it. I thought they would sell a few more copies if they put your picture on here somewhere. In a smoking jacket, a jacket with patches on the elbows. Something very authorly.
Well, one of the ground rules when I talk to cutting edge books is about cutting edge books being the publisher of Men of Action, behind the scenes of 4 classic television series, which you can find Amazon.com and wherever books are sold online. He said they said the only thing is there would be no photographs, and which is fine. And so they put together this wonderful cover photo of 4 television sets, which is rare in and of itself, because more often not everybody watches television or Netflix on a television set per se. It's whatever your streaming device of choice is. But as these are all shows from covering the tail end of the golden age of television, the original, I guess the original golden age of television, because some people would say The Sopranos and Sex and the City and the HBO era ushered in the new golden age of television. But The Untouchables, The Magician, Harry O, Run for Your Life, they all aired between the late 50s and the mid 1970s, which is the era when most of us watch television as we know it. We're watching it not only on a television set, but in a pre-cable universe for the most part. And so having a television set, or if you were lucky, having a color television set, because not everybody had color television sets in the 50s and 60s, that is how you would watch these shows.
Yeah, it's good looking with the antenna and everything. I thought what we might do is jump into the Untouchables and then maybe clean up a little business from the FBI, and then move on to the other series. But the Untouchables is, I think, of the 4 shows, the one that probably has been constantly on the air the most, and maybe the best known to the general public of the 4.
It is the longest running of the 4 shows. The Untouchables ran 4 full seasons. Run for Your Life ran 3. Harry-O ran 2, and The Magician ran 1. So 4, 3, 2, 1. It was a show that was widely in syndication when I was, coming of age in the late 60s, early 1970s. It's now a Fox affiliate, but it was up in San Francisco. But it was it was an independent station, KTVU Channel 2. They used to show it at 11 p.m. with Robert Stack. They used to show it at 11 p.m. at night, as a lot of independent stations did in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. They would, instead of competing with the ABC, CBS, and NBC affiliates, which ran their local late night news at 11 p.m., indie stations such as KTVU, they would do a 10 o'clock news broadcast, either 10 to 11 or 10 to 10:30. And for those who were finished watching Harry-O, Streets of San Francisco on their ABC channel, and maybe weren't in the mood for news that night, local affiliates would give them an option by running something else at midnight. And so when I think of the Untouchables immediately, because I was not around when it first aired in 59 to 63, it was still widely syndicated in the 70s. And then in the 80s, it was one of the shows that Columbia House, which was the home, not only the home video wing, but the direct market home video wing. Remember those, Tom?
Oh, yeah.
They not only had a very profitable music department where you can order CDs or cassette tapes, directly from Columbia House. They'd send you whatever new release of the week. You had 30 days to check it out. If you play it, if you liked it, you'd keep it as part of your subscription. What you were paying per month. For records, I think it was like less than $10 a month for VHS videos, which is what the Untouchables was released under the Columbia House wing. It would be like either $15.95 or $19.95. But with the videos, they'd send you a video cassette with 2 episodes on it. And if you liked the cassette, you would keep it and you would get the next one the following month. If you didn't like it, you could always return it. And I, or as to, I'm trying to channel my best announcer voice, or you can cancel at any time. So,
if you had 2 VCRs, record it, then return it. This series reminds me a little bit of The Fugitive in that most people today, or a lot of people today, really know the movies that were made from these TV series. But if you slept on the TV series, you were missing a ton of really great stuff. And the Untouchables was a great show. It was so dynamic. As you point out so greatly in your book, Robert Stack was really kind of the straight man for all of these, villains, gangsters, a little bit of a violent show, but tons of up and coming stars in it. Just a really always good entertainment. You always knew you were going to be entertained by the Untouchables.
As realistic as they could be in portraying the violence of the Prohibition era gangland, post Al Capone era of Chicago, as realistic as ABC could portray the violence of that era while maintaining the parameters of network standards and practices of the late 50s and early 1960s. Okay, let's see. Left to right, as I'm looking at the screen, you have Abel Fernandez,
Yep.
Nick Giorgiotti, Paul Picerni, whose brother Charles Picerni was one of the great stunt artists of the 50s and 60s. In fact, I think Charles Picerni is still with us, if memory serves. We'd have to look that up on IMDb. But he was not only a great stunt coordinator, he was a very much in-demand stunt coordinator for major motion pictures, including many of the movies directed by Richard Donner, if memory serves, just to name one. So, okay. And then of course Robert Stack typing. He's probably typing ABC, saying, "Why are you cracking down on all the violence on our show? We're winning our time slot. We're great for the sponsors, and we're talking about how this is a 3-network universe.
Mm-hmm.
3-network universe. There were no VCRs in 1959 to 1960. No VHS, no beta. So if you were not home to watch The Untouchables, you missed it. And because a typical network season, which was much longer back then than it tends to be today, they would run as many as 30, 32 episodes a year. And, not all episodes were rerun in the summer, as is standard practice, today. So if you found out there's this up and coming actor named Robert Redford who was appearing in an episode of The Untouchables, you had to be home Thursday night at 9:30 in order to watch the show. Otherwise, you missed it. And Robert Stack, when I had a chance to talk to him back in the mid 1990s, he told me that bowling leagues, for one, because bowling's always been a very popular sport, Tom, but
yes.
Bowling leagues would they would make sure if they bowled on Thursday night, they made sure they wrapped everything up so that everyone was home at 9:30 to watch Robert Stack on The Untouchables. So that gives you an idea of what sort of impact it had on the culture at the time.
Your interview with Robert Stack is absolutely wonderful. A lot of people may be watching right now. If you're wondering where you've seen him, well, it could have been from
Unsolved Mysteries,
or it also could have been the movie
Airplane.
Yeah. Yes. People that are really nerds like me would say To Be or Not to Be, the Jack Benny film. But I'm going to have to say that somebody I would have liked to have shown, but I didn't feel it was appropriate to show him, is a character that is very much a part of the series as any of these gentlemen, and that was Walter Winchell with his great narration for the Untouched. Due to the information given to him by the shopkeeper, Elliot Ness and his men surrounded Frank Nitti outside a warehouse at 34th and State Street.
That's a very good Walter Winchell, Tom.
Well, thank you. Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. North America and all the ships at sea. Newsflash. Anyway,
you mentioned Walter Winchell. I'm sorry. You mentioned The Fugitive a little while ago. Another parallel between the Fugitive series and the Untouchables television series is the use of a narrator in both shows. Now, in a common thread there was Quinn Martin, who was then under contract with Desilu Productions, was the producer of the first season of the Untouchables series. He left the series at the end of the first season to launch his own company as an independent producer. We could talk about Quinn Martin's track record as an independent producer at some point in our conversation. And then a couple of years after he started Quinn Martin Productions, he launched The Fugitive, which was one of his most successful. It was one of his most successful series, the only series of his that won an Emmy Award. He won the best series of the best dramatic series of 1965, if memory serves. And so, but in many of his shows, most notably The Untouchables and The Fugitive, Tom, Winchell used a narrator as sort of the moral guide to the show. And this goes back to you mentioning Robert Stack played straight man to Rip Torn, to Nehemiah Persoff, to Elizabeth Montgomery, whoever was the actor playing the playing the guest villain of the week, because each of the characters were more colorful, because like most episodes of Columbo, the first act of each episode of the Untouchables usually dominated by the guest villain. They'd probably have the first 6 or 7 minutes to themselves, which for a 60-minute show, that's a lot of time for themselves before Robert Stack and the Untouchables would show up and start their investigation. And so it was because the audience would get to know the villains pretty well, you might sympathize with them, even though they're clearly bad guys in Prohibition era Chicago, because they're made to be kind of interesting and kind of human and kind of quirky. You might side with them, and this goes back to the use of the narrator. The narrator, whether it's Walter Winchell in The Untouchables, whether it's William Conrad in The Fugitive, whether it's Marvin Miller in the FBI, the narrator, he sets, when he introduces the episode, he lets them know that I'm forgetting Elizabeth Montgomery's character's name in The Untouchables, but she did this, and she started this crime wave that was just totally throwing Chicago upside down. And Elliot Ness and then Untouchables have been investigating her for the past 17 weeks, and this is how we pick up the story. By having the narrator say that, it tells the audience that while you may find them interesting, and you may understand the circumstances of why they're pulling off this crime wave, don't blame Elliot Ness when he captures them at the end of the episode, because that's his job.
Yeah, and man, oh man, there were so many times that Elliot Ness, it wasn't like he just stumbled upon these people and caught them at the end of the episode. He had interactions with them, several interactions, and he was always trying to sweat somebody to give up information so he could. And many times I was watching it and I was like, yeah, that person's going to get killed. They're not going to make it to the next commercial. By the way, Elizabeth Montgomery in the episode that I recall from The Untouchables, oh my God, just absolutely stunningly beautiful. And I have to say, one of the episodes that really affected me, we're so used to these sort of episodic ensemble police dramas now. They weren't always that way. And the one where I believe the actor's name is Cam Allison is killed because he was like the rest of the Untouchables. He was true blue. He was, really committed, and he was in harm's way. And most of the time those guys would make it through. They would get the proverbial shot in the shoulder or something like that. But in that episode, I remember it very clearly as I was watching some of these episodes just a couple of years ago. I think it's Me TV or somebody has it on late at night. I went, whoa, that's a character I did not expect to see. We saw lots of series where they'd come back after the first season and say, so-and-so's gone, he was killed, or whatever else happened. It wasn't until I think Hill Street Blues had that season ender where Hill and Renko are shot, that you even had a character that would be in jeopardy in your mind. But that episode of the Untouchables where Cam Allison's character is killed, I was like, whoa,
well, that goes back to what we were talking about earlier, Tom. It's they were ABC was as realistic in its portrayal of the violence of that era as they could be, given the parameters and network standards and practices of that time. And to your point, you're absolutely right. I mean, we're accustomed to if it's a crime show, we're accustomed to seeing certain characters killed in the course of the show because violence is violence, and but we're not to seeing a lead character, or in the case of Cam Allison in the first season of The Untouchables, a regular secondary character, one of the heroes.
Yeah.
In the confines of episodic network television, whether it's a solo hero or whether it's a team of heroes led by Robert Stack as Elliot Ness, the expectation is the heroes, the protagonists of the series we're watching, are going to survive whatever trouble they find themselves thrown into in this particular episode. Our expectation is we're going to see them next week. Everything is fine. So by with that particular episode that you referenced, Tom, that's a bit of realism that this is a fictional dramatic show for television, but we're talking about stories that were based at a real time where the people involved were every day of their lives, when they're investigating Al Capone, whether they're investigating Frank Nitti, Jake the Barber, whoever, Pretty Boy Floyd. These are dangerous people. And anyone who is part of investigation of these most wanted criminals are putting their life on the line. They're endangering their life every day. And so that's a very realistic element to The Untouchables. And that's very daring for 1959.
Well, that and Cameron Mitchell. I'm a big Cameron Mitchell fan. I'm a High Chaparral fan. He was great in that series, but I was always struck by Elliot Ness was really intense and really, we're the law and you're not getting away with it. But he would sometimes have connections to people, and many times those people would get killed in the episode.
Yeah.
And I'm watching these episodes of The Untouchables today. I'm struck by, number one, how the violence is really pretty violent, and how tangential it is. I mean, they don't stop to mourn anybody.
No,
it is. Hey, that's the way the cookie crumbles. So you got in mixed with the mob, and some of these people didn't even get mixed in with the mob. They were the brother of a mob member. They just happened to have the store next door. It was a gritty TV show.
And this goes back to some of the production values that Quinn Martin, if he didn't usher them in himself, he he elevated the way shows were made because of because of the finished product he delivered every week, particularly in the first season, then the Untouchables. He brought a motion picture like quality to hour-long episodic dramatic television. So typical movie back then, typical movie today runs 90, anywhere from 100 minutes to 2.5 hours. So so a typical episode of the Untouchables would have like 120 minutes of action tightly packed into a 55-minute episode. 55 minutes when you allow for commercials and whatnot, and so it's a lot of action, it's a lot of information, it's a lot of dialogue, it's a lot of exposition that you got to pack in, but it's a very, very fast paced. I almost want to use the word rat-a-tat-tat, but because they used Tommy guns back then. But that's very much true. And like you said, because this is part of the era, there wasn't time to mourn the loss of a Cam Allison when he was gunned down in the line of duty, because you still have a job to do.
Yeah. And he was like, the character that he played was everything that you would want from one of those agents. He, I believe, came from the worst part of Chicago and worked night school to become a lawyer or what. I mean, his story was one that you really liked that guy. And he was killed, and it was just everybody, that's a tough break. And then on they went. Give me another cup of coffee and a pack of Marlboros, and we'll go down to Frank Nitty's office.
That's right.
Again, as you mentioned, the cinematography was really good. And you're always going to see somebody in one of their earliest roles. It was great for people. I think Telly Savalas did the Untouchables. I could be mistaken there, but there was some major scenery chewing going on by a lot of the villains.
And not only was there major scenery chewing going on, it was a show, and this is part of what made Quinn Martin stand out. He was able to do more of this. He was able to do more of this when he became an independent. But even when he was with Desilu Productions, he was able to able to get a lot of actors. In some cases, actors who mostly worked in motion pictures. In many cases, actors who were New York actors, meaning they worked in the New York stage, Broadway or off Broadway. Mm-hmm. And they were not necessarily, this was kind of fun. Back in 1959-60, there was still that demarcation between LA and Hollywood.
Right.
If you were a serious actor,
yeah,
you would set up shop in New York, and you would and not that there isn't an actor studio set up in LA, but if you are a serious actor,
a dramatic serious
actor, you worked on the stage, and you did television only if you had to, only if you needed the money, so that to supplement to help you pay your bills while you're pursuing your craft on the New York stage. And so but because New York actors are not stupid, they knew, or their agents and their teams would tell them, okay, Rip Torn is one example. This is a very popular, this is a top 10 show. You're going to get a lot of eyeballs watching this show. The pay is very, very good. It's going to be worth your time flying out to LA for a week to shoot this episode. And then you could go back to New York and doing what you want to do. So, Quinn Martin would attract the likes of Rip Torn. He would attract the likes of Joseph Wiseman. A lot of actors who did not necessarily do episodic television on a base. They would not do. If they did television, they did prestige television. So
Yes.
and that is what Quinn Martin really, that is one of the ways in which he left his mark. I mean, he gave his shows an element of prestige, an element of gravitas to attract actors from other industries who would not necessarily do television, but they would do a Quinn Martin show.
Yeah. And I mean, the list is, we know who these people are. I mean, Rip Torn, when you say that name, just from Dodgeball, Patches, boom, everybody knows.
Larry Sanders Show.
Yeah, Larry Sanders Show. But William Bendix, the Life of Riley guy, the Edward Binns, who people might remember from the Henry Fonda version of 12 Angry Men.
Mm-hmm. He was one of the jurors.
Claude Akins, who seemed to be in everything back in the day. Richard Anderson, another guy in everything. Oscar Goldman from the $6 Million Man. Yeah, Jack Elam, in a non-Western. Daryl Hickman from Dobie Gillis, J.D. Cannon, always good in everything, and I still hate him for what he did to Richard Kimball. Thomas Mitchell, we just did a show last night on It's a Wonderful Life. Thomas Mitchell, Gloria Talbert, Ed Asner, Paul Frees, who's just an announcer on the show, but everybody remembers him. Jim Backus. And seeing some of these people play against type was always, is always fun. Sam Jaffe, who's in the Asphalt Jungle. I mean, the list is endless.
Keenan Wynn, son of Ed Wynn, but some of us may remember him as Alonzo Hawk, the villain in all the Disney movies of the 60s and 70s, but an actor who could both do comedy and drama. And one of the few actors who did the original 2-part pilot for the Untouchables, who came back and did the series as a guest. So
James Caan, Diane Cannon, Be Still My Heart. Mike Connors, Robert Duvall, he was in it as well. Anyway, the list is there's too many to.
Robert Redford, one of his first screen credits, if I remember correctly, and
Cloris Leachman, she was a looker back in the day.
She certainly was.
Gavin MacLeod from Love Boat.
When Gavin MacLeod always played heavies.
Yes, he did. Back then, he was always a heavy and good at it.
Yeah.
Lee Marvin, who, had to have been, a little bit of a get back then, even though he was coming up the pike a little bit. Martin Landau, who I'll talk to you about when we go on to one of our other topics. Patricia Neal, who was definitely a get back then. Leslie Nielsen.
Patricia Neal, especially, she was she would be considered a movie actress who didn't necessarily do television. Certainly didn't do television between 1959 and 1963, but she would have been enticed because this was a prestige role for an actor to do. I go back to we're going to jump back temporarily to the FBI for just a second. I think back to the agent that Al Pacino played in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, and Tarantino did a really good job of illustrating just how important the FBI was, not for the viewing audience, but for an actor at that time. This is a top 10 show. You're going to have a lot of eyeballs. Not only are you going to have a lot of just people watching it on Sunday night, or in the case of the Untouchables, Thursday night to enjoy themselves, you're going to have a lot of casting people watching this show, and that's going to be more work for you. So that is part of the marketing ploy to get a Patricia Neal, for one example, to do an episodic television appearance that she would not otherwise do.
And she was known as a serious dramatic actress in the movies. I think there's a delineation which many people may not be aware of today. We certainly know that maybe Tom Hanks is a better actor than Bobcat Goldthwait or Jim Varney, but there was a definitive distinction back then between a serious dramatic actor, be they on the stage or in film, and in some cases in television, and someone that was a movie or TV star.
Yeah.
People that could be in those kinds of productions, and they weren't terrible at them, but they had a persona, maybe a screen magnetism, but not as good at acting as the actual acting. And Patricia Neal would be somebody that would come onto a program and was known for her acting.
The other parallel, Tom, between the Untouchables TV series and the Fugitive TV series was they were both anthology shows with a recurring with a regular character. Now the late 50s, early 1960s, still very much it was not only the era of the Western on television, it was the beginning of the era of detective series, police dramas on television, but it was also still very much part of the golden age of anthology shows.
Right.
Shows like The Twilight Zone, where you would have a different cast of characters every week that we would watch and involve ourselves in. In the case of the Untouchables, yes, you have Robert Stack and the Untouchables. They were the common thread, but as we mentioned before, it was also whoever played the lead character, it was a showcase role for them. And so in that respect, it was an anthology series. You'd have a different marquee actor who would be part of the draw that week, and then Robert Stack would counterpunch them. I mean, he used the word, I was the counterpunch to I was the counterpunch to whoever the guest star of the week was.
Yeah. And back then they were dying out, but there were still shows that were unabashedly, hey, this is a series of one-offs. Like Dick Powell had Dick Powell Presents, and he would be on it sometimes, but not all the time, but it would be a completely different, story in 1 hour every single time. There were all of the studio this and Playhouse that. And, so there was a time when there was that line, not only in the actors and actresses themselves, but the kinds of shows that they were showing.
Yeah. It was, some would call, I think part of the reason why the 50s to early to mid 1960s is considered the golden age of television, or at least the original gold. You and I have to qualify it as the original golden age of television, but was because it was, and because we had so many of these anthology type shows, these showcase type shows that were great vehicles for actors who especially actors like a Patricia Neal who would come from the theater to do something like this. And that era originally started in the late 40s, early 1950s, in the era of live television, where you had a lot of 90-minute dramas for television, but in many cases they were basically stage plays.
Yes.
With one or two sets. And we would immerse ourselves in the lives of these characters in this very confined setting for 60 minutes, 90 minutes, a different set of characters week after week after week. And while some of these were shot as if they were stage productions, because this was a new medium and they were making things up as they're learning how the cameras work and stuff like that, they would they quickly realized that television particularly was a medium of close-ups, and you can tell, you can convey information, or an actor can convey emotion, because they knew that they were playing directly to the camera, and that and they can convey things. They can convey emotions. They can convey information about the show, information about their character in a short amount of time, because a look can say 1,000 words, to borrow a phrase. So
yeah. And the Untouchables, not a show that was scared to lean heavily into a stereotype. If you had a shopkeeper from Greece, or France, or the oven, she no work no more. I mean, as a matter of fact, if I'm not mistaken, at one point in time or another, the show actually had to promise to attempt to, with all non-historical Italian American characters, don't put Italians in the show that didn't exist. Don't invent new ones and make them do bad things, because it's making us look terrible, in the real world.
Well, that is in Men of Action. I describe the Untouchables, the Robert Stack Untouchables, as the most loved and most hated show of its time, because, thank you, Tom, because we mentioned how we mentioned its impact on the culture at the time, and that bowling leagues, PTA meetings were scheduled around the Untouchables to make sure that everyone was home at 9:30 on Thursday night to watch this show. On the other hand, many notable Italian American groups in particular wrote ABC and Moss to protest. Their perception, their reaction was, by making all the villains of Italian descent, you run the risk of creating in the mind's eye of most viewers that all Italians are bad. Which, if you watch the show on an episode by an episode basis, not true at all. There were just as many. There are just as many
Irish
characters. Not only just as many Irish American villains and German American villains, but just as many Italian American characters portrayed in that show, who were shopkeepers, who were law enforcement officers, who were respectable, contributing members of society. But as is often the case with successful lobbyist groups, if you touch on one or two things and drum up emotions and drum up enough backing, you could put together a case and say, okay, we're either going to not watch the show, or they will go to the sponsor and say, we will not buy your product unless you lean on the network to make these changes. And so by the second or third season, there were fewer quote unquote Italian American characters who were villains, but there were more and more villains of different ethnicities, and the problem there was you would get complaints from Irish American groups and so forth. And so by the last season, Roger Perry told me this story when I had a chance to talk to him before he passed. By the last season, this was the case the last season on the Untouchables, and this was also to a degree this went on with the FBI as well. By the last season on the Untouchables, the villains were more or less anglicized names of Smith, Jones, Brown, White, Nelson,
Robertson.
Yeah.
So what did this show do for Robert Stack? Where was he before it started, and where was he after the series completed?
Well, Robert Stack would be the first to tell you that it killed his film career.
He was a contract player, correct?
He was a contract player, but he in 1955 he was nominated for an Academy Award for his portrayal of a Richard Widmar-like psychopath in Written on the Wind. He got an Oscar nomination for it. He got a lot of good reviews. And remember, we mentioned this before, Tom. This was of the time when television was thought of as the minor leagues. If you were a serious actor, you either wanted to establish yourself as a stage actor, or you wanted to be a motion picture actor because the money was better, and more people would see you in the big screen, and because movies were still the number one form of entertainment at the time. Now, television, by the time the Untouchables premiered in the fall of '59, television sets had permeated most households. I think 80% of American households had at least one television set in 1959. But still, the perception in particularly the perception among many actors in Hollywood, especially, was that if you really wanted to make it, if you really want to be considered, a star, you wanted to be a movie star. Right. You didn't want to be a TV star. And even so, you mentioned Lee Marvin. Like many actors of that time, he did television because it helped him pay his bills. And he did television because it helped him be seen by casting people and so forth and so on. But like a lot of actors, his goal, his hope was to leave his mark as a movie actor. By the mid 1960s, Lee Marvin was a major movie actor, as was Robert Redford, as was many of the people who appeared in episodes of the Untouchables early on before they left their mark as movie stars. Now, it's what's funny, Tom, is in the last 20 years, that line of demarcation has pretty much disappeared. Right. You have Harrison Ford, just to pick a name off the top of the head. Harrison Ford, most people would agree, one of the biggest movie stars of the last 50 years. Star of a very popular show on, I think, Apple TV called Shrinking. He's not the lead, but he's like the second lead. I forget the name of the actor who plays his son on the show. But he also did that Yellowstone prequel. That's right. Okay. Yeah, that's right. So Harrison Ford is doing episodic television. Mm-hmm. Now Harrison Ford, like a lot of actors in the 60s and 70s, before he hit it big with American Graffiti and later on with Star Wars, Harrison Ford worked in episodic television because it was an opportunity to be seen and make money to pay his bills as he's pursuing his craft as an actor. But the perception was once you landed, once you hit it big and you had a big motion picture, you never returned to television except for the Oscar awards and the Golden Globe awards and this, that, and the other thing, you know. But
and Carson
and Carson, they were not totally, they were not that snobby to know that to think that okay, I mean, an appearance on Carson on the Thursday before your movie opens wide on Friday.
Yeah.
That's going to attract Johnny Carson. Johnny Carson tucked a lot of people in at night, as your friend and mentor David Letterman famously said. So,
well, you know, I think, and you can correct me if you disagree. I think two things have happened. Number one, it just seems like the quality of television and the way the shows are produced in 10 or even sometimes 8 episode seasons is so high. And also kind of, yes, we're still streaming and downloading movies, but it's kind of the way things are going. That is the playing field has been really leveled, and looking down, how can you look down at The Sopranos? How can you look down at Breaking Bad? You really can't. The quality is so high that, well, yeah, that's a good place to be. So a Helen Mirren or a Harrison Ford will say Yellowstone is hugely popular. I think I'd like to be on a show like that, particularly if I'm one of the leads.
And especially because as you just said right now, a typical season on for a streaming channel, anywhere from 8 to 12 episodes.
Yeah.
So versus 30 to 32 in the era of Robert Stack and the Untouchables versus 22 to 26 in the era of James Garner and the Rockford Files, David Jansen and Harry O, etc.
Yeah.
If the project looks good, if the people behind the project, whether it's David Chase, whether it's the guy who did Lost, who went on
Cameron,
the showrunner of Lost, who went on.
J.J. Abrams.
J.J. Abrams. Okay, yeah. If they know that some prominent people with good credentials are behind the show, Darren Star with Sex and the City, and if they know it's only going to require maybe 3 months, however long it takes to shoot 8 or 10 episodes. Okay, I can do that because it leaves me free to still do other movies. You know, people like Harrison Ford, people like Helen Mirren, to the best they can, they not only have whatever movie they're working on booked, they have whatever movie they're going to be working on the next quarter and the quarter after that booked. So doing a streaming platform series for Apple TV or Amazon Prime is not going to monopolize their schedule, as would be the case if they signed on to do 26, 28 weeks of a network television series. And so that's another reason why so many actors from movies are now embracing television series as a form these days, which wasn't the case 25, 30 years ago.
And back in the late 50s, early 60s, you come out with a major motion picture, and it's in all the big cities and maybe some of the small towns, but it was kind of a trickle down. It's everything's going to premiere in the big city, and then the distributors are going to figure out what is going to get to Topeka, Kansas, etc. But those movies would linger. They would be in the theater for, let's say, a week. If it was a good one, 2, 3, 4, 5, however many weeks. Television, one shot done.
Yeah.
And now in today's world, the movies get hyped for quite a while. They come out, and it just seems to me that their half-life is less than that of some of the, even Netflix or Amazon or Hulu or Apple TV produced content. What was in your mind the pinnacle of the Untouchables, and what led to its eventual demise?
Well, the pinnacle would probably have been 1960, 61. I believe it won the Emmy in 1960. That would have been the height of its popularity. Back then, as we mentioned, they were still doing 25, 30, 32 episodes a year. And even though, because you're talking about a period of history that is real time, there's a lot of material to mine and draw from, but when you have to, because network episodic television, especially back then, was so volume driven, you have to make so many episodes a year. You run the risk of repeating yourself and losing the edge that kept you fresh. That's part of it. The real reason why the show ended after 4 years, as I understand, and Stack talks about this in the standalone one-on-one I had with them that is featured in Men of Action. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Tom. Men of Action, behind the scenes for classic television series is, and this touches on what we just talked about. It takes a lot out of you to film 26, 30 episodes a year. For a network series, you don't have a lot of time. It's not like a typical motion picture back then. Motion picture shoot would be anywhere from 8 to 12 weeks. And so you have a chance. You don't have the frenetic pace you have in television, where you have 6 days, 6 working days to shoot 65 pages of material. Yeah. So compare that to the leisurely pace of a motion picture. It's you boom, 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 and you don't really you don't always have time. You don't always have time to really immerse yourself in the story or the character, because it's not like you shoot it's not like you shoot the show from page 1 to page 65. You'll shoot the night scenes first, you shoot the day scenes later. You don't always shoot things out of sequence, and so you're just jumping from one thing to another. In some cases, this wasn't the case with the Untouchables, but with the cases of other shows of that era, you may show. I mean, you may shoot a series of scenes from one episode today during the morning, but then you're shooting scenes from another episode later that afternoon, because you may only have this production crew available today, or you may only have this guest star available to shoot these 3 shows. And so you're shooting, stuff from more than one show in the same day. And so if you're the lead, you got to jump back and forth. You got to do that week after week for 4 years. It's exhausting. And it was physically exhausting for Stack, because even though he was the straight man to the guest stars, he was on screen a lot.
Yeah,
because he was the star of the show, and it was exhausting physically. There was a lot of night Quentin Martin was not the first to come up with night for night shooting, but he was the first to really make it popular.
Yeah.
And night shooting is it's cold. If you you know it makes a long day even longer.
Well, and they always wet down the streets. It had that German expressionist film noir. Everything's at night. It had rained an hour before. It seems like every single day.
Very much so, and it's mentally exhausting. And so this wasn't the case. I don't believe this was the case with Stack, but off the top of my head, James Garner was hospital. You know, he ended up by the fifth year of the Rockford Files, he was so wiped out physically and mentally from filming the Rockford Files as a series. He was in the Mayo Clinic by the end of the fifth season, and so it's not surprising, especially for the star of a dramatic episodic series, to pull the plug because of exhaustion. That was the case with David Jansen.
Yeah.
One element that Robert Stack didn't face. Robert Stack didn't have to jump out of trucks every week, or dive into ponds, or dive into shrubbery, or some of the things that Richard Kimball had to do every week on The Untouchables. But that takes its toll too.
Well, and on the Fugitive, David Jansen was in almost every scene.
He was.
I mean, there would be a couple little scenes where they would always go, "We're chasing this Kimball guy. Have you seen him?" But otherwise, he was on screen all the time. Same was very much true of James Garner in the Rockford Files, and I would say probably even more true. I think it just seems to be even a great TV series. Once it hits 100 episodes, it's almost like the terminal velocity. It just sort of, that's how long they last. And I think also at that time period, there's a little audience burnout too. I mean, a show becomes so ubiquitous, you think, oh, I'll just see it next week, or it's 34 episodes. That's getting close to 2/3 of a year.
As I recall, the numbers went down a little bit by the end of the third season. They brought in two new producers, one of whom was Leonard Freeman, who he did not survive all of the third season. They made yet another change of personnel in the middle of the fourth season. But Leonard Freeman, of course, he landed on his feet a couple of years later with Hawaii Five-0 and was able to retire off of that. But to your point, back then, and this is to a degree, this is still the case today, Tom, although with in the era of binge TV and all the streaming platforms, the shelf life of a show can be a lot longer today, regardless of how many episodes it runs. But back in the era of The Untouchables, and again, this goes back to Desi Arnaz, who the Untouchables was a Desi Arnaz production. Desi Arnaz was a very shrewd, very canny man off camera. He not only he was the first to see the potential for what is now known as syndicated reruns.
Mm-hmm.
In the era in the first decade of television, especially because a lot of these things were done live and they were prestigious type of plays, productions of Shakespeare, productions of the classics, or in the case of some of the things Rod Serling wrote, original dramas for television. nobody thought that they were made for the moment. Nobody thought that people would want to watch it again. Nobody thought, God knows, nobody thought that you and I would be talking about this 70 years later. But Desi Arnaz was not only the first to see the potential of a rerun, but he was the first, I believe, to see the benefit of filming, in this case, I Love Lucy, on film versus off of
Kinescope.
Kinescope, yeah. So you have a clean, crisp picture that you can run again in the summer, and this is during the trial and error. By the time The Untouchables premiered in '59, it was determined that if you had about 100 episodes in the can and released them to local stations at the end of the network run, you were going to make your money back. So that is why we have the magic number of 100 episodes. That is why network shows today will promote, this is the 100th episode of Blue Bloods.
Right.
To pick a name out of the here, because yes, 100 is a solid number, and so most people say, yeah, it's a 100th episode, it must be special. But in the industry, people who follow the industry, people who report the industry, people who work in the industry know that the 100 episode was the episode that is guaranteed the show is going to finish in the black. And so in the case of The Untouchables, 4 years, they had more than 100 episodes. And so even though the show was beginning to wane and Robert Stack was getting tired, all things considered, they didn't mind ending the show then, because assuming they found a home to rerun this show, they were going to make their money back.
Well, and those syndicated airings, 16 millimeter film being sent to a station.
Yeah.
Some of the stations, that's how they, I don't want to say that's how they survived, but that's how they were proliferate. In other words, I worked at an independent television station in the mid 90s, and they had all sorts of, the Andy Griffith Show and all these shows. And yes, we began getting them on tape, and that was great. But they still had back in the vaults quite a bit of old TV shows that we talked about. Dick Van Dyke, that was one of them, that they had a whole bunch of Dick Van Dyke shows on 16 millimeter film. But the rebirth, the attempt to do another Untouchables series, was it in the late 80s or early 90s?
93.
Okay.
It was about 5 years after the film by Brian De Palma.
I got to tell you, I watched that series and I really liked it. I thought they were doing a great job with it.
I watched it in the 90s. I think I watched most of them. I came to appreciate it even more today, 25 years later, because they were about 10 years ahead of the anti-hero curve. And what I mean by that was Tom Amandes was the actor who played Elliot Ness in the reimagining of The Untouchables, which
did a great job, by the way.
He did a very good job. He was closer age-wise to the real Elliot Ness. Elliot Ness was in his, I'm going to say, late 20s, early 30s when he ran The Untouchables in real life, when he fought the real Al Capone. Robert Stack was 40, so he was 10 years older. But as you can see from that photo, he could pass for 30, particularly in a black and white film show.
Yeah.
But so Tom, age-wise, Amandes was closer to the real Elliot Ness. It was one of the challenges of that show was it was not a network show. It was made for first run syndication, which means some channels would show it. I mean the San Francisco market where it ran when where I was living in the 1990s. I believe they aired it on either Thursday or Friday night in prime time, and that may have been contractual, but just as many stations would run it on the weekends.
Yeah, we got it like Saturday or Sunday morning.
Yeah,
it was in a very odd.
Yeah, which you anticipated my point. So some stations would air it in prime time. Some stations would air it late at night. Some stations would air it, against Beanie and Cecil at 7 o'clock or 10 o'clock on Saturday morning.
Yeah.
And so it didn't have this. It didn't have the same sort of reach that a network show would run. But more to the point, one of the things that made the Tom Amandes Untouchables distinct from the Robert Stack, it was closer in spirit to the Brian De Palma Untouchables with Robert De Niro and Kevin Costner, in that it really played up the Capone character as an equal. In terms of both screen time and importance as a character.
Was that William Forsythe?
William Forsythe.
Yes, that's what I thought.
And rather than make him a stereotypical dis-des-nose, bad guy, they the showrunners of the Tom Amandes Untouchables gave Capone, as played by William Forsythe, layers, complexities. They didn't have a Walter Winchell narrator who reminded us this guy's a bad guy, this guy's a most wanted criminal. It's Elliot Ness's job to thwart him on a weekday basis, week out basis. But there's a lot of gray area, morally, in the way the 90s series portrayed Capone. And as a viewer, it would be hard sometimes because he was, you understood what he was doing, and you might find yourself sympathizing with him and not Tom Amandes as Elliot Ness, who is the hero of the show. And so they crossed the line, and there is some viewer reaction to that. And they tried to fix that in the second season by making more of a line in the sand between the two. But between that and the fact that it was run in different time slots, depending on the needs of the independent station at the time, it never really had a chance to grow and establish itself. But what's interesting when you think about it today is that you fast forward 5 or 10 years, and in the era of Tony Soprano, James Gandolfini in The Sopranos, a character who was deliberately intended to be an anti-hero, to be morally complex, which is exactly what the William Forsythe Capone was trying to do. But the difference was 5-10 years later, the audience was ready to accept that, which they weren't ready to do 10 years later. So if that show had been tried 10 years later, maybe on an HBO, maybe on an FX, a non-network, non-independent station platform where there's not the expectations that this is going to be totally by network standards, maybe it would have maybe it would have had a longer run.
Interesting to note that Robert Stack's Elliot Ness so indelibly defined who Elliot Ness is in the eye of the public. Most people, if they ever get a chance, and I'll probably do a show on it eventually, I do a show on everything else. Elliot Ness, after the Untouchables in real life, had a very checkered career and didn't necessarily end up in as high esteem as he was in the time period on the show, or as portrayed by Robert Stack. But you were asked about your favorite episodes of the FBI.
Yes.
Button up the Untouchables, and you've had some time to, as we say, ruminate on it. And you've narrowed it down to a few, I think.
Yes. What's fun is I'd forgotten this. One of them is a show with Dabney Coleman and Steve Einant and I believe Paul Fix.
Paul Fix
from The Rifleman.
Yes.
It's called Incident in the Desert. And I'd forgotten this, Tom. It originally aired December 20th, 1970. So today's December 20th. This is the anniversary when it first aired. So that is not why I brought it up. I brought it up because it is one of your listeners, one of your viewers last week asked if I had a favorite episode. It is one of my 3 favorite episodes. A, because it has Dabney Coleman in it.
Yeah.
And B, now this is pre Mary Hartman, pre Buffalo Bill, pre 9 to 5 Dabney Coleman. He's not a star yet, but he is a working actor who did a lot of who was often in demand as a guest star, particularly on dramatic shows of the 60s and 70s, and he was a favorite of the casting people at Quinn Martin Productions. I never had a chance to talk to Dabney Coleman, but I talked to one of his contemporaries, Gary Lockwood, and Gary Lockwood told me that if you were a working actor who was on the radar screen of Quinn Martin and or his casting people, that meant as many as 5 or 6 guaranteed paid gigs a year. Most working actors, they're lucky if they know what they're going to do next week. But yeah. So if you had, if you knew that you were guaranteed at least 5 paid gigs on a major network TV show, that was gold back then. And because Quinn Martin paid his guest stars more than any other producer at the time, that was even more of the draw. Even if you were a one day, one scene type of actor, you still got paid more for that on a Quinn Martin show than you would from any other show. So, but so Dabney Coleman was not Dabney Coleman the star. He was Dabney Coleman the working actor, but he was Dabney Coleman the working actor who appeared in just about every episode of every Quinn Martin series ever produced. Now there's this episode he did about 8. He did about 8 episodes of the FBI, about 1 per year. And this in this particular one, Incident in the Desert, He plays Steve Einant and his gang are wanted by the FBI. They pull. I forget what felony they pulled up, but it's an interstate. They're interstate fugitives, and Erskine and Colby are tracking their whereabouts. They hole up in this small town in the Midwest, either in the Midwest or for some reason I think it's somewhere, maybe even like in Arizona or something like that. They hole up in this small, tight-knit community, and they hole up in this inn run by Dabney Coleman, who's the owner of the inn, and Paul Fix, who's Dabney Coleman's father in this episode. And it's almost like a bottle show in that most of the action takes place. Bottle show is a television term, meaning most of the scenes are filmed in one set, and that's usually, and they call it a bottle because everything is tightly confined. And that usually happens because you're running low on the budget, and so to keep things within, to keep things from going over budget and not blowing the rest of the budget for the rest of the season, you would shoot the episode more or less on one set for the entire thing. And so, and so it's a hostage type of situation where Steve Einant and his gang are terrorizing Dabney Coleman and Paul Fix and Clint Howard, Ron Howard's younger brother, and the other guest stars in this episode. Well, at one point, the townspeople are able to turn the tables, and around the same time when the FBI closes in on them. And so there's a chase scene near the end of the episode. Now, Erskine and Colby are concentrating on the gang members. Steve Einant makes a break for it, and Dabney Coleman goes after him, and he chases him down, and he dukes it out with him, and he helps. By the time he's duking it out with Steve Einant, either Erskine or and another team arrive on the scene, and Dabney Coleman helps bring Steve Einant into justice. And so he has a great action scene. He has a love scene with he has what passes for a network love scene, a network episodic TV show love scene, with the leading lady, who I think is Corinne Michaels, if I remember correctly. And he has the meatiest part of that episode. So it's just, if you're a fan of Dabney Coleman as I am, it's a fun role, because even though he wasn't announced above, he wasn't among the actors announced at the beginning of the episode, if I remember correctly, and yet he is the most important character in that episode. So
Gary Lockwood, I believe, pilot episode of Star Trek, right?
Yeah.
And then you had mentioned Dabney Coleman. I have all of Buffalo Bill. One of the greatest compliments and or insults that was ever paid to me was during the time when that show was on. Someone compared me to Buffalo Bill, and I was like, well, hopefully it's the funny part, because Buffalo Bill was one of the most self-serving characters that perhaps has ever been on television.
That was another anti-hero good 20 years before anti-heroes were accepted as protagonists of a television series.
So what are your other, I think you have 3 top episodes.
I have 3. Another one is a show called Bitter Harbor. Also originally aired in December 71, so this would have been the 7th year of the FBI series, with Cameron Mitchell, who we mentioned earlier, from the High Chaparral,
and one of my favorite movies, My Favorite Year.
Yes, yes, yes. Um, he plays he plays the head of the syndicate. And remember, they didn't use but by this point they didn't use the word mafia
Mm-mm.
because they got pushed back from Italian American groups, and so network television you couldn't use the word mafia, so you would say the syndicate,
Mm-hmm.
or you would say organized crime, and so
The outfit.
yes, the outfit, and you couldn't say Godfather, but you would say the head of the syndicate or the
Mm-hmm.
kingpin. You know,
Yeah.
so Cameron Mitchell is the head of the syndicate in this episode called Bitter Harvest, and he's trying to stronghold a union led by Joseph Wiseman, great character actor, we mentioned him earlier, and
Yeah.
James Luisi, which Rockford Files fans know as Chappie, a character that he mostly played for comic effect, but in 1971, James Lewis mostly playing heavy. So the fact that he played a sympathetic character was also very unusual. Well, this episode, Bitter Harvest, was shot on location in a Northern California coastal town known as Jenner by the Sea. So it's and by that point, Phil Saltzman was the showrunner of the FBI at the time, and one of the things he did to elevate the look of the show and change the look of the show every now and then, he took the show out of on location a couple times a year, usually in Northern California, to give the show a different look than the same old locations of Hollywood and the immediate confines. So why does this show stand out for me? There is a scene in which Cameron Mitchell is seen reading the sports section of the San Francisco Chronicle. Now, why is that? Why does that stand out? For two reasons. In most cases, in the 1970s, you rarely use the name of an actual newspaper or an actual product.
The Daily Gazette was very popular on television.
Or the Los Angeles Chronicle, which is not a real newspaper, but and the reason was if you used an actual name, you might run into licensing or legal problems or this, that, and the other thing. So the fact that they used an actual newspaper was unusual, and because the FBI was in color, and you may not know this unless you happen to live in the San Francisco Bay Area. But back when I was growing up, one of the things that made the San Francisco the sports section of the San Francisco Chronicle different than any other newspaper at the around, they called it the Sporting Green. And they called it the Sporting Green because it was printed on green paper.
Oh, okay.
Which made it stand out. The only other section of the Chronicle that appeared in green ink was the business section. And in some cases, like midweek, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, they would combine the sports section and the business section as one green section. But again, that's what made the Chronicle unique among all other papers in the Bay Area at the time. And so colloquially, the sports section of the Chronicle was known as the green sheet. So the fact that you have Cameron Mitchell reading an actual green sheet from an actual newspaper, that was very cool when I noticed that. The other reason why that show stands out was in one of my conversations with William Reynolds, the actor who played Colby, the guy who's in this very smart striped tie next to Ephraim Zimbalist. He grew up in Jenner by the Sea.
Oh wow!
The episode where the town where this episode was filmed, and so it was an opportunity to when he found out they were going to film a few days on location. There was an opportunity for him to revisit his old stomping grounds, and while Colby has a smaller part than he normally would in this episode, but he goes undercover as a member of this union led by Joseph Wiseman and James Luisi, and he is part of the most important revelation of that episode. So he has a small role, but it's a very prominent key role. So, but I like that show because I learned it was very special to Bill. So that is why I like Bitter Harbor. And the third one was a show called Center of Peril. It originally aired in the 6th season with Gary Collins, Vic Morrow, and Susan Howard. Susan Howard a few years before, about 10 years before she played Donna Culver on Dallas, and a few years before she played Barry Newman's wife in Petrocelli. This is an episode. It was directed by a man named Carl Barth, who, if you're a nerd and you watch all the credits of Quinn Martin shows, you know Carl Barth as the head of the second unit. Now, what is the second unit? The second unit was the production team that would film a lot of the secondary stuff. They would film
exteriors.
Okay, this picture of Bill Reynolds, Ephraim Zimbalist, and Philip Abbott. There's an airplane in the background. I'm going to guess this was taken probably on location in an airport, local airport, for whatever episode this was shot at. Carl Barth would lead the team. He would have a cameraman, sound man, a whole other production team, and while the main director was focusing on stuff in the studio that day, Carl Barth would shoot a lot of location footage, not only for this episode, but stuff that they can use for subsequent other episodes of the FBI. So Carl Barth was mostly the second unit guy. At one point, going back to the Dabney Coleman episode I mentioned, Incident in the Desert, the director of that episode took ill, was incapacitated, and as a last minute situation, Carl was asked to direct the rest of that episode, and he did such a good job of it. Quinn Martin and the head of post-production, Arthur Fellows, said, "Would you like to direct an entire episode of your own?" Carl said, "Sure." And the first one he directed is Center of Peril. So like a lot of new directors, he does some artsy-fartsy things, but they work. He does there's a very famous scene about halfway in the episode. There's a sniper who's terrorizing Gary Collins and Susan Howard, who are stranded in the middle of nowhere in the middle of this desert town. So, and so there's a really cool point of view shot from the perspective of the gunman, and there's a close up of the gun that's in the foreground of the shot. So it's clearly from the point of view of the gunman, but you see the hand and holding the gun. So that's visually striking. And there are a couple of other shots like that. The most famous shot of that episode is there's a chase There's a helicopter chase that takes place at night. William Reynolds is in the chopper with James Gavin, the designated pilot, a helicopter pilot who Quinn Martin also used. And they're shooting, and there's a lot of aerial footage of the helicopter chasing Vic Morrow at night. And so it's kind of grainy. So it's very cool. It's very cool. But
very
the other
cool and,
yeah.
Turned out a lot better than other nighttime helicopter shoots that Vic Morrow was on during his lifetime.
That's right. But the other reason I like this, I picked out Center of Peril. When I talked to Carl Barth for the FBI dossier, he told me this great story about Susan Howard. Now, Susan Howard was the leading lady of this episode. Mm-hmm. And there was, in the scene that we just described with the point of view shot of the gunman and who's terrorizing Gary Collins and Susan Howard. Susan Howard had a red pantsuit that I don't know whether she brought it on her own or that was one of the choices that the costume people offered her. But she fell in love with this red pantsuit. And she said, Carl, can I wear this? Can I wear this for the desert scene? And Carl said, sure. And so, and she was delighted. And I don't know whether she kept the red pantsuit or not, but that is also part of the striking imagery of that gunman scene in the desert.
Gotcha. This next series that we're going to take a look at, there's quite a few interesting things on it. And as you mentioned earlier, it is the one that had the least amount of episodes. It was on the air for the shortest period of time of the 4 shows in your book, Men of Action, which of course you can get on Amazon or wherever fine books are sold. You can probably go to edrobertson.com and there'll be a bunch of ways you can buy it. But it stars the always durable and since back my favorite Martian, an episodic before that, Bill Bixby. And of course, we knew him as Dr. David Banner. You wouldn't like him when he's angry.
Wouldn't like him if I'm angry. Yes.
No, not at all. And countless game shows and things of that nature. One of the things before you kind of launch into things that you know about and I don't because you're you and I'm me. The magician / mentalist, this kind of is part of that. Now, we had a little bit of it, just a smidge, in Mission Impossible with Martin Landau, as I mentioned earlier, I was going to talk about, as Roland Hand.
Yes.
He was not just an actor, but a lot of magic and misdirection and things of that nature. But today, you can go real comedy with it and talk about Psych, which is a show I really, really, really like, although it is farcical. But I think more appropriately, The Mentalist and David Jane. Now, while not strictly a magician, he's using his perceived powers of prestidigitation or what some might consider magic or fortune telling or things of that nature to solve crimes. And when it was on, I really liked The Magician, especially the pigeons flying at the screen at the beginning of the open credit. But it was a very well done show. Bill Bixby is not only a good actor, and I left out the courtship of Eddie's father, but he's a likable actor and somewhat versatile, adaptable. And so this had a little touch of Amos, the millionaire.
Burkeslaw.
Burkeslaw, that's it. Amos Burke. Gene Barry, just a great series. Has a little bit of that as a millionaire playboy magician that solves crimes.
Yes, and the difference between the magician using a a troubleshooting magician, troubleshooting magician as crime solver, and some of the more contemporary efforts that you just mentioned recently, Tom, is that there was more of an attempt to realistically incorporate the skills of the protagonist into the premise of the show. As I recall, the Mentalist was not a show that I watched on a regular basis, but as I think part of the premise, he was used, or he was called on as a consultant because of his particular skills.
He was able to put forth the persona of a mentalist, people that could read minds and do all sorts of other things, because he had a supernatural level of perception. And that was the same of Psych as well. But Psych was just played more for comedy and camp, whereas the Mentalist is, it's almost like the Thin Man. There's some very good sort of banter and things that go on, but it is a crime procedural drama. And yeah, he is called on as a consultant because he's able to walk into a crime scene, or because of his knowledge of the con man industry, he's able to look at a particular crime and figure it out very, very quickly.
Yeah. So there's a reason for him to be involved in whatever mystery needs to be solved that particular week. That wasn't the case with Bill Bixby and the Magician, and that was one of the problems that the show had. That was one of the things that the show had problems, addressing and solving in the course of its 1 year on television. Now, but before we get into that, the things that come to mind when Tom Gully mentions Martin Landau as Roland Hand, there was also a little bit of that going on in the character that Leonard Nimoy played when he took over for Martin Landau, Paris. Using his particular skills for the good of the IMF, but like the Magician, Mission Impossible was done by Paramount Television. About a year before the Magician aired, premiered on NBC, Paramount actually did a pilot called Escape with Christopher George, who played an escape artist / magician who doubles as a private eye. That was the premise of that show. And I don't remember. Actually, I believe that was around 69 or 70, which is the year Christopher George did like 3 or 4 pilots, 2 of which sold, which is very unusual.
I'm so happy that you brought up Christopher George. I'm sitting here going like this because I want to talk about what I believe is one of those series when we talk about Run for Your Life, which may be the other half of the coin for Run for Your Life, which I'm not too big of a spoiler. Run for Your Life is great. A guy that finds out he has 2 years to live and goes on his adventures, whereas The Immortal with Christopher George, a guy that finds out he can't die.
Yeah. And
he's running all over the place. But back to your other point about Christopher George.
He made like 3 pilots that year, 2 of which sold, one of which was The Immortal, and the other of which was Dan August. And so he had the unusual he could choose which pilot did he want to do a series on, and he chose The Immortal, and because the premise was far more unusual than Dan August, which today we would call a police procedural.
And somebody else took over Dan August. Geez, I wonder who that was. It's the guy that also earlier did a series, I believe, called Hawk.
Hawk.
He was an Indian that came to the big city to be
a New York. He was not a New York actor.
Burt Reynolds. Yeah, he was a stunt man on Gunsmoke or Bonanza, one of the two.
But you know, he and I don't think he would have described himself as a method actor. But
he also did that Darren McGavin Riverboat show. Yeah,
Riverboat. But Hawk was filmed in New York in 1966 on location at night and featured a lot of New York actors like Gene Hackman, several others who did not necessarily, who were still part of that demarcation. You either set up shop in New York or you set up shop in Los Angeles. But going back to Christopher George, he played, he was the star of this series called, this pilot called Escape, that was produced by Bruce Lansbury, Angela Lansbury's younger brother, who was the head of television operations at Paramount Production in the 60s and 70s. And so even though Escape with Christopher George as a magician escape artist who solves crime did not sell, Lansbury clearly liked the concept of that show because he tried again with The Magician, this time with Bill Bixby, and it went to series. Now, one of the problems with The Magician, The Magician premiered in the fall of '73, which is the height of the detective series boom that dominated television in the 1970s, just as Westerns dominated television in the late 50s, early 1960s. And so as a marketing thing, if you're going to do a pilot about a detective series, you've got to find something about your detective that has enough familiar trappings, you know, to check all the boxes for people who like detective shows, but somehow make that character different. And so the thing that made him different was he was a magician at night.
Yeah, Buddy Ebsen was an old guy. Cannon was a fat guy, and then there was one with
Rock Hudson and Susan St. James were married, you know. But the problem was, in terms of writing the show, you had to come up with plausible explanations for why this very successful stage magician was involving himself in situations with dangerous people where he can get killed or hurt every week.
Yeah, and by the way, just to point out, he was a little bit like the Lone Ranger in that he swore himself to do good after some guy helped him escape from a prison, and that guy died right after. And I swear to do good. But meanwhile, and by the way, the guy left him a whole bunch of money. Just to show you, this is what is believed to be the actual plane they use. Right now, it's got the Allman Brothers logo on it, but Bill Bixby's character in The Magician had this plane he would fly around everywhere, and it was this center of operations kind of part his penthouse suite. And
it was a smart plane.
Yeah, it was a smart plane. What was it called? The Starlight?
The
Spirit. That was it.
I wish I thought of smart plane when I wrote the book. I just thought of that right now. But again, you come up with gimmicks. What makes this guy different? And remember, and you know this, Tom, a pilot is as much a marketing device as anything else. You throw as much as you can in the pilot to make it as different as possible so that it stands out from all the other attempts at a detective series that are going into production, so that it sells. And then once the pilot sells, a device that may have helped sell the pilot may not work once it goes into series. And while they kept the plane in the early going of The Magician once it went to series, the network and the people behind the production found out that people tuning in to watch Bill Bixby fly around the company, fly around the country at sparing no expense, they were a little ticked off because this is 1973.
Fuel shortage.
Major fuel shortage. People were standing in line. People were parked in their cars around the block for half an hour, in some cases an hour at a time, just to get a drop, just to fill their car up.
Even days and odd days. If your license plate had an even number on the bottom of it, at the end of it, then you could go on an even day. And if it was the odd one, anyway.
So today we would say the producers did not read the room correctly, and so there is some backlash. There is some backlash. Even though Bill Bixby was a bankable, he had a very high Q factor at the time, which means very high TV visibility. Audiences liked seeing Bill Bixby. They didn't like seeing Bill Bixby play a guy who is flying around the country eating up all this fuel at a time when people can only fill their car up once a week. Yeah. So they threw the plane out after about 10 shows.
Say goodbye to the plane.
And he ended up setting up shop at the Magic Castle in Hollywood, which is the world-renowned hangout club for stage magicians, founded by Milt Larson and his brother about 100 years ago. Very, very famous. Harry Blackstone held court there. David Copperfield. Anybody who is somebody who practices, sleight of hand, stage magician, are members. And the Magic Castle, at least in real life, it's exclusive. It's not you can't just show up. I can't just go here after the show, Tom, and say I want to have dinner at the Magic Castle. I have to be invited. I'm lucky I have at least one friend of mine who is a member of the Magic Castle, and so, but he would have to invite me.
I've been there.
Yeah, it's cool.
It's the coolest. Guess who I went with? Well, I went with Chris Gore of Film Threat Magazine and some other people, but the person who invited us, Forrest J. Ackerman.
Oh, cool. Oh, yeah. from Movie Land Magazine.
For Famous Monsters, yes, in Movie Land Magazine, yeah.
Yeah, so that's very, very cool. So, now they wisely didn't play up the exclusivity factor, but they established that Tony Blake, Bill Bixby's character on The Magician, operated out of the Magic Castle and more or less operated out of LA at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And so that solved one problem, but they still had to, they not only had to figure out ways of plausibly involving him in these dangerous situations, but they also had to figure out a way of incorporating the magic dramatically every week. Now, and this goes to one of the other obstacles the production people behind the scenes of The Magician had to overcome. Now, the Magician pilot aired in the spring of '73. NBC, it performed well enough. NBC bought the series. Normally, if you if you sell a pilot in the spring and the show is going to air in September, that gives you about 6, 7 months lead time to order 13, 15 scripts, get them ready, get them hire directors, get them blocked out, get them cast, work out whatever plot problems or logistical problems you need to work out.
Sure.
And then you start filming them June, July, August to get them ready to air September, October. Well, shortly after the pilot to The Magician aired in March of '73, the Writers Guild struck.
Yes.
And that shut down production. And it's very hard to shoot anything when you don't have scripts. And so
well, I don't know.
It's hard, man. This was before reality television. This is 30 years before reality
I was
television.
about to say I've seen some sitcoms that, but anyway.
Yeah, well, I suppose if this was done 30 years later, maybe they would have thrown it out and made it The Magician, a reality series.
Exactly.
But they didn't do that. They couldn't do that back then. So the Writers Guild, the Writers Strike, drug out into August, September. That ate up a good 5 months of prep time.
Yeah.
And so the show was rushed into production, and if they did this the quote unquote right way, they would, especially if they really wanted to say, okay, how do we realistically incorporate The Magician into this problem, and how do we realistically incorporate the magic into the story? You would set up your skeleton would say, okay, we want Bill to perform this trick, this stunt, this stunt, this stunt in this episode, these 4 things, and then you would sort of craft the story around those 4 stunts. They did the opposite. They wrote they wrote The Magician as if it were an episode of Mission Impossible, and then figured out how we work the magic in there later. So they did it backwards, and so that was part of the sort of that made it somewhat contrived at the beginning. They did a better job of that mid-season. And NBC it performed well enough to merit the back 9 pickup, and Mark Wilson, who was the Magic Land of Alakazam, and they brought in new writers, one of whom was a then unknown television writer named David Chase. They did a better job of incorporating the magic. Of doing the magic first and working it into the writing, but still they lost a lot of lead time because of the Writers Guild strike, and so it was a show that was always behind the 8 ball from the very, very beginning. Larry Brody was very prominent producer, television writer, worked with Gerber on Police Story and a lot of other things for Columbia Pictures Television. He was one of the writers brought in mid-season, and he described the atmosphere of writing for The Magician under the new format as like chaos, because you were rewriting things at the last minute. You were trying to figure out how to work the magic in. You were working till 3, 4 o'clock in the morning to get 10 pages ready to shoot the following day. Run haphazardly. The actors had 0 time to prepare for it, and you mentioned Bill Bixby and the Incredible Hulk.
Mm-hmm.
Now, The Magician was Bixby's first foray into episodic drama. Prior to that, he had done Eddie's Father, which had drama to it, but it was a 30-minute show. And the production of a 30-minute show is much different than the production of an hour-long show. With a 30-minute show, because you have 6 days to shoot 30 pages. You would typically spend the first 2 to 3 days having what's known as feed, where the guest stars would literally sit around the table with the writers and the showrunner, and you'd go over the same page by page, and you'd have a chance to discuss it and maybe work some things out. You don't have time to do that with an hour-long episodic show because you have 6 days to shoot 65 pages, 10, 12 pages a day. You got to move fast. And if you're getting changes that's being done at 3 o'clock in the morning and it's sent to you 2 or 3 hours later by messenger, you have little time to memorize or familiarize the self with what you're being asked to shoot, and so that just adds a lot of pressure with everybody. And Bixby, Bixby had his own set of ideas, which sort of clashed with what the writers and the producer had in mind. And again, if the Writers Guild strike in the summer of '73 did not gut the preparation time that an hour-long show normally would have had, they probably would have been able to smooth those things out, and everyone would have been on the same page. That was never the case with The Magician.
Yeah, they were producing the shows while they were there was no. It didn't get a chance to gel. I mean, it's like a cake; it has to sit for a little while. Before,
yeah.
Kim Moorfield, the Wolf, says, "I've seen all those programs. I must be sick. I must be sick." My response is, if you're sick for watching these shows, so am I. And Ed Robertson is patient zero. So there you are.
Suzanne Flechette once said, "I have a stunted development."
She didn't. Anyway,
she didn't. No, meaning, I grew up watching all these things, and it's part of my. I love the backstory of all these things, and so she jokingly said, "You have a stunted development."
So basically, this thing just ran out of steam at the end.
Well, it was unusual enough. It originally aired opposite Hawaii Five-0 on Tuesday nights. Hawaii Five-0 at the height of its drawing power.
Yeah.
And so Hawaii Five-0 finished the times, was number one in the time slot, and its other opposition was the remaining 90 minutes of the movie of the week.
Ooh.
So depending on what the movie of the week was, sometimes The Magician would finish number 2, sometimes it would finish number 3. It performed well enough as number 2. And remember, this is a 3-network universe. If you finish a good second, odds are you're still going to attract 30%, 35% of the viewing audience that week. That's big.
Yeah.
That's big. So it performed, it never won its time slot, but it performed a solid enough number 2 that NBC decided, okay, let's give it the back 9. Let's give it a chance to find its footing. Let's get rid of the Spirit airplane. Let's retool the premise, which we talked about a little bit earlier. And they moved it out of, they moved it out of Tuesday night, so they didn't have to run against Hawaii Five-0 anymore. It ran off. They moved it to Monday nights, 8 o'clock, where it ran against Gunsmoke and the Rookies. Now, Gunsmoke was on the tail end of its network. It was in its 19th year. It was doing okay, but it was 19 years old, and audiences were changing, and the Rookies on ABC, Young Turks, it was beginning to make impact.
Yeah.
So you're running against a classic solid audience draw and a new audience draw. But still, according to Mark Wilson, it finished second enough on Monday nights that its overall numbers, it was, they would call it a bubble show. It was on the bubble of renewal. It wasn't a slam dunk for renewal if it were the case, if it was always finishing number one or a close enough number two. And so, according to Mark Wilson, by the time it ended its network run in the spring of '74, the overall numbers were enough that it looked like it had a good shot at renewal. In fact, the feeling was so optimistic that Mark Wilson and the production staff, according to Mark Wilson, he and the production staff and the PR people at NBC started this extravagant. It was like a 4 or 5 city tour: Las Vegas, Los Angeles, a couple of the big markets. Bill Bixby was going to tour in the summer of '74 and perform real magic in Vegas at the Hollywood Bowl, big venues, to promote the second season of The Magician.
Wow.
That went poof when the network decided at the last minute, we're not going to renew the show.
Oh man. Well, that's how they all end.
That's showbiz.
It's never not bloody.
No.
So this next series, it's emblematic to me because, I'll just show this. This is the title card, but David Jansen, who probably would forever be known as, Richard Kimball, he has a huge, indelible persona on TV from The Fugitive. And you get done doing something like that. And on one hand, you've had a great success. Everybody knows you. You might get asked to go tell the Spartans or or the Green Berets, or movies of that nature. But then what are you going to do next? My mom, big David Jansen fan. So we watched Harry O. And what was Harry O's difference, if you will?
Harry O's difference was he was a former police officer who was shot in the back in the line of duty. So he retired. He was retired from the force on a police pension. He lived on the beach. Originally in LA. When it went to series, they moved him to San Diego, only to move him back to LA for reasons we'll get into a little bit later. But he was sort of a beatnik 10 or 12 years after the beatniks era had ended. You might call him a bohemian private eye because he drew enough of an income from his pension, his disability, that he did not have to work if he didn't want to work. Mm-hmm. If he wanted to, he can spend his days fishing, like Jim Rockford.
Right.
Working on his boat, The Answer. Or
it was kind of I always got the feeling that because he was a beatnik, a bohemian, and then he'd been working for the man, as you and I like to say it. But then he was able to communicate go in and out of kind of that post hippie crowd that was still there. You know, he was very fluid in terms of who he could relate to.
Even though he dressed like a traditional private eye on television dress, he had the Mannix jacket, he had the khaki pants, he had the wide tie. Although he was one of the first to wear the tie totally undone around his either around his collar or sometimes around his neck. You know, Tony Nelson sometimes did that on I Dream of Jeannie, but David Jansen was the first private eye on television who would do that. And as you say, because he was a retired police officer, he had enough contacts on the street that he could infiltrate the underworld realistically while not endangering himself. But because he was sort of a dropout from the establishment, he appealed to young people. He had that hippie element. So as Anthony Trench, as Lieutenant, as Anthony Zerbe, as Lieutenant Trench once said in an episode, a middle-aged hippie.
I love Anthony Zerbe and everything he's in. Absolutely love Anthony Zerbe.
Yeah. And so, and Anthony Zerbe joined Harry O midstream.
Yeah.
And in many respects, that's when the show really found its footing. So, but going back to what made this guy different, you know, besides the immediate trapping, retired police officer, disabled, dropout from society, it was written differently than most typical network TV shows, Tom, in that it was the stories unfolded at a very leisurely pace, almost like a novel. It was written very much in an HBO type of style 25 years before HBO was actually doing this. So it was ahead of the curve in that respect. It was not, there was humor in the show, but it was not Jim Garner as Jim Rockford type of humor. It was David Jansen as David Jansen in character type of humor. Very wry, very understated, a lot of quick-witted stuff, because David Jansen was a very quick-witted man in real life. And the other trapping.
Well, I was just going to say, I'm glad you said that, because I think, and watching some of The Fugitive recently, you know, immediately after we finished our last show last week, I went into my closet, I got out my box set of The Fugitive, and I watched Angels travel
on lonely
roads. Yeah, immediately, and it struck me, as it always does. I don't know why I have to be re-educated to this. I don't know that there's many actors that got as much out of as little as David Jansen. He could say yes to something, and you would immediately know whether it was a yes that was getting him out of a bad situation, whether it was a sincere yes, whether it was a yes that was meant to send somebody down the wrong path. He was just that good on television. He just was. So I'm glad that you brought that up.
Many people smarter than me have singled Jansen out as the first great actor to come out of the television era, because he understood. I mean, he had such an expressive face, and he knew how to take advantage of his close-ups like few did.
Mm-hmm.
And he, as you just said, he could convey emotion. He can convey danger. He can convey concern with a look. With he had this kind of half smile.
Yes.
I had never seen anybody else do that.
He's processing. He's listening to what's being said. He's reacting to it. When he tells, what's the name of the actress? When he tells the sister,
Eileen Heckert.
Eileen Heckert, yeah. When he tells her, Ruta Lee, I got to see Ruta Lee in that again too. And Albert Salmi. There's a bunch.
Albert Salmi, another great character actor.
Yeah, he says, "You're a fraud, sister. You said you don't want to be a part of society." Whatever he says things that they could be interpreted as extremely aggressive, but he has a way of saying them in an insistent way that when he follows up what he's actually saying, it's almost like he's starting to punctuate his point at the beginning of what he says.
Yeah.
He's just very, very skilled. I have a feeling if he was alive, let's say, 20 years earlier, he would have been amazing on the radio as well.
Yeah, I agree. We mentioned voiceover narration earlier in our conversation. Harry O was in many respects, he was like Jim Rockford, a private eye in the Raymond Chandler, Dashiell Hammett vein. And unlike Rockford Files, Harry O incorporated voiceover narration, which is off, the Sam Spade was the narrator of his own story,
as was Phil Marlowe. And Raymond Chandler, the teacher of your favorite author. Didn't Robert Parker finish?
Robert B. Parker,
yeah. He finished Poodle Springs for
Raymond Chandler.
Maybe they'd had a discussion about it. By the way, Joey Catalano of Catalano TV here giving out some memberships. Thank you very much, Joey. That's much, much, much appreciated. Anyway, I'm getting us off track here.
Well, but Robert B. Parker, speaking of which, was among many who believed that voiceover narration and episodic television were oil and water.
Wow.
Did not believe the two worked at all. As we mentioned earlier in our conversation, and as we mentioned in our conversation last week, when done well, it can be very effective.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it also depends on who is performing the voiceover narration. We mentioned Riverboat a little while ago. Darren McGavin was the narrator of a one-season private eye show from 1968 called The Outsider, which was produced by the pilot of which was written and produced by Roy Huggins, who was also a writer, who started his career as a writer in the Chandler vein. And so Darren McGavin's character, David Ross, was a Mike Hammer, Raymond Chandler-ish type of private eye. He delivered that sort of wry, understated, world-weary, sardonic character that is very typical of private eye stories. And in The Outsider, Darren McGavin was marvelous as the voiceover narrator of his own story, and he was much the same when he did the Night Stalker movies and the Night Stalker series. Darren McGavin was very good. There are many other examples of actors who performed voiceover narration very well. On the other hand, when Robert Urich was asked to provide voiceover narration for Spencer for Hire, he did a good job performing, but he never seemed comfortable
doing
it.
Another one of my mom's favorite shows, and even she would. I don't understand why they have him doing this part. Her point was it's not necessary. The show is telling the story pretty well. Let me see here. Raymond Chandler, before I forget it, is one of the best quotes about being a screenwriter in Hollywood. He said, if I was any worse a writer, they wouldn't have asked me. And if I was any better, I wouldn't have come. I'm a huge Raymond Chandler fan. So Joey Cantilano is going to come on to the show and talk about baseball on Tuesday.
Cool.
He'll be here. He was a bat boy, started out as a bat boy for the Chicago Cubs in the late 70s, and then became the clubhouse manager for all sorts of baseball teams and organizations.
Oh, that'll be a good show.
I seem to recall you're a fan of a team there in the San Francisco area.
Yes, the Giants, who I have hope for the first time in 4 years, because Buster Posey is now the president of baseball operations, and he already made a splash by not only signing a major free agent in Willy Adames from the Milwaukee Brewers, but he showed the sort of foresight he showed when he was a player, Tom, and that, as you know, if you follow the off season, the major story, the major narrative this year was who was going to sign Juan Soto.
Yeah.
And the thinking was, once Juan Soto signs, then everyone's going to go to Willy Adames as their backup.
Right.
Well, Buster Posey took that narrative off the table by signing Adames before the Yankees signed Soto.
Yeah.
So, so the teams that were thinking, okay, if we don't get Soto, we'll get Willy Adames, Buster smoked them.
Yeah.
So I thought, okay, that's not only did he sign a major free agent, which was one of the things the Giants were living with the last 5 years. They're always the bridesmaid, never the bride.
Yeah.
But he showed the kind of smarts he had as a player are also at play as the showrunner of the Giants, for lack of a better word.
Well, yeah. Now the Yankees have to go choice number 3. I forget who the defending champion World Series.
Dodgers.
I forget who won the year before that. Finally. It's about 25 miles that way.
Yeah. The Texas Rangers with Bruce Bochy.
Finally. Okay, so we're way off track now.
That's okay. This is a Top Gully show. We can go wherever we want to go.
True. We might be talking about bottle caps or something in a minute. But yeah, that bohemian and then the narration, and that's what we were talking about.
So the voiceover narration, which Jansen, they used it they used it originally not just to move the plot along, but it was like a window into Harry's head as a character and as a person. What made Harry O different was it was a show about a man in his 40s, middle age, who was still growing and evolving as a person, who just happened to make his living as a private detective. Whereas in most cases, the private eye part is first, and maybe you might learn something about backstory later. Harry O inverted that.
Yeah.
And that made it different from most other network shows at the time. And, because every private eye show in the 70s has to have a gimmick that made it different than anybody else. Harry O, he had a car, but just as often his car was in the body shop being repaired. And so Harry O initially, particularly in the San Diego episodes, was the only network primetime hero who rode the bus to get to a case.
Yeah, he was. I always got the feeling it's like Harry O is a detective because they didn't have Walmart yet. Because he could have just been a greeter at Walmart. He wasn't super committed to being.
I almost did a spit take.
Oh, okay. He wasn't super committed to being a detective. It was just kind of like, this kind of came along, so I'm doing it.
And he wasn't super committed to money.
That's it. That's my point. It's like Rockford. I know Rockford wouldn't do any detective work at all if he won the lottery. It would just be over that day. He did it because he had to.
That's right.
Mario did not have to.
He did not have to, and sometimes he would take on a case or see through a case, regardless of whether he made any money off of it, because he believed in the client.
Right.
Or there's one episode where I think either Linda Evans or Barry Sullivan was the client. And Barry Sullivan fires him, and after about 20 minutes, halfway into the episode.
Yeah.
But by this point, Harry is involved, even though, and Barry Sullivan plays this irascible genius artist who is the target of a assassination attempt, and he is so out of touch with reality, he refuses to believe that someone would want to kill him.
Mm-hmm.
And if this were an episode of Rockford Files, and Barry Sullivan fires Jim Rockford would say, "Fine, man. Fine, man. I don't want to get hurt. You're nuts.
Look, pay me what you owe me.
Pay me what you owe me." That's right. Harry O. But by this point, even though he knew the Barry Sullivan character was difficult, he was concerned enough for him and concerned enough for his daughter that he was willing to see it through, to protect the guy from himself, even despite himself. So that was also very unusual for a network TV protagonist.
What was the end of this show due to? He said, knowing the answer already.
Well, as we mentioned, it was initially there are two factors. Factor number one was what made the pilot unusual. The fact this novelistic pace, this introspective use of voiceover narration, and this and the fact that yes, it's within trappings of television drama, but it's sort of more like a novel, and so that works as a movie. In 1974, it doesn't always work as an episodic network TV drama because people are used to the pace of a show, building up to a mini climax every 10 minutes. And you want to know why Harry is working on this thing off the bat. Sometimes in the early going, that didn't become clear until the end of the first act.
Right.
And so in an era where there's only three channels, if you don't grab the viewer within the first 5 minutes, they're going to turn to CBS or they're going to see what's on, the 10 o'clock news. And so Harry O's lead-in the fall of 74 with The Streets of San Francisco, a top 10 show still.
Right. And
so it had a huge built-in audience going in, but by the end of the first quarter ratings, the numbers show that it lost a lot of its built-in audience.
Mm-hmm.
And so when that happens, one of two things happens: the network cancels the show, or if it believes in the promise, if it thinks the show has promise, or it knows it has a bankable star in David Jansen, they'll say, okay, what can we do to fix these problems to see if we can get that built-in audience to hang on with us? And so that was factor number one. Factor number two, it was shot on location in San Diego, which made it a very expensive show. Because you got location, you got per diem, you got to fly all the people, all the production people to San Diego for 13 months, and you got to put them up in hotels, and you got per diem, and you got all the other costs associated with producing a network television drama.
One of our chat room folks is from San Diego here.
Yeah, San Diego is gorgeous.
Yeah.
I mean, in San Diego, we mentioned the episode of the FBI that was shot in Jenner by the Sea. It's a very scenic, beautiful location. The water in San Diego is a shade of blue that is not blue anywhere else. So it was visually striking, but it was expensive to do because it was on location. And if Harry O had commanded the same sort of number of eyeballs that Streets of San Francisco drew, the network would have justified the cost and continued location in San Diego, but it wasn't. And in order, the network sat down with the Jerry Thorpe, who was the showrunner of Harry O, and said, Jerry, we'll give you the back nine, but you got to make some changes to the format and the production of the show. And the first one was, you got to bring it back up here to LA.
Gotcha.
So we could keep it in-house, control the costs, and A, you got to bring it back to LA. B, we love David Jansen. We like the narrations. We understand what you're trying to do, but we got to make it more like Mannix. We got to make it more fast paced. And we can't have Harry's car in the shop every week. We can't have him riding the bus every week because that's not visually exciting. We need Harry in a car, and we need car chases. And so in the TV industry, they call that the Jello wall. You want all the things that make the show different, and yet you want all the things that make the show the same. So so, long story short, production of the show moved from San Diego to Los Angeles. Harry located from San Diego to Los Angeles, and while it would not have been unrealistic to have Henry Darrow, who was Harry's police contact in San Diego, it would not have been impossible to have Manny Quinlan transferred to Los Angeles. Realistically, if you move Harry to a new city, he's going to run into a different cop, and that is how Anthony Zerbe joined the cast. The other thing Jerry Thorpe told me was that they felt they needed an actor whose style as a performer was more in contrast with David Jansen.
Gotcha.
And so David Jansen, as you just mentioned when we were talking about The Fugitive, Tom, very laid back, understated, dynamic in his own way, but very understated, laid back as a performer. Henry Darrow, understated, laid back as a performer more often than not. Anthony Zerbe was a Shakespeare-trained actor, very dramatic, very flamboyant. Yeah. He had one of the best faces in television at that time. He was cast. He made a lot of money playing heavies on television. He had those sharp, cocked eyebrows.
Yeah.
It looked like he was crazy.
Yes. It's in
Uh,
the Omega Man. He's even crazy.
yeah.
Yeah.
So, and Harry O was the first time Anthony Zerbe played a good guy, but he brought all those quirks that he crafted playing a bad guy to his performance as Lieutenant Trench and Harry O. And so, when you have when you have two different types of personality playing off of each other, magic happens
Hmm.
more often than not. And that's when Harry O really took off.
Well, and then I'll just throw it out there. David Jansen died so young. I believe he's 50 years old.
No, he wasn't. He was 48.
Oh, 48. And
He died about a month short of his 49th birthday.
now, if the stories are true, and they aren't always true, as you know more than most, he liked to enjoy himself. He was a gentleman that might like to imbibe once in a while and smoke. And then I think he always had a bad was his heart or something?
He died of heart failure.
Okay.
He smoked. He drank. He was Clark Gable-like in personality. He was a man's man, as you mentioned. He, there were stories of some affairs, of some extracurricular affairs.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of stuff going on in the Silver Bullet. The Silver Bullet was the trailer that was built for him when he played the fugitive for ABC for Quinn Martin Productions. One of the perks he got was this beautiful trailer that he could take on the road with him. He had a driver, and wherever he went on location, he traveled in the Silver Bullet. He kept the Silver Bullet whenever for the rest of his life, for the rest of his acting career. But there was because this is not that kind of book, but there are stories that there was some extracurricular partying going on in the Silver Bullet.
I gotcha. I would have really. First of all, I was thrilled that he got the popularity of Harry O. Because a lot of people, they have one series and that's it, and then you just see him as second male lead, or they go to movies and whatever. So Harry O was a great thing. It was a great thing for him thematically as an actor to play that character who was different than Richard Kimball. He wasn't, a lot of actors also played the same character over and over again. But it would have been great to see what he did later on in life, because I think in every field, not just in entertainment or just in television or the movies, there are people who are meant to do that thing. And I think that David Jansen is kind of that guy in television. He was just so good at episodic television and the so-called small screen, and being able to just carry a lot of water, on those programs.
He was also the king of, if you remember, the movie of the week. The 70s were the golden era of the movie made for television, not just the quote unquote movie of the week that was on Tuesday and Wednesdays on ABC, but movies made expressly for television. NBC had a regular movie of the week type of show. CBS did. A lot of movies made for television. And David Jansen was highly in demand for the movie, for made movies. He made a lot of them, and many of which are above standard fare, if only because David Jansen was in it. I mean, he did a movie called Moon of the Wolf, which is a horror movie made for television. Standard fare, and yet because David Jansen's in it, it makes it different because he could, because he could, regardless, no matter how ridiculous the premise was, he would bring that world weariness to it, and you would watch him. He would make, and he could make anything watchable. Now, it's interesting, and part of this was he was the product of that era, where if you really wanted to succeed, if you wanted to be considered successful as an actor, you had to make it in the movies. And he had a movie career before The Fugitive.
Yeah.
He did some movies between the end of The Fugitive and the beginning of Harry O.
Yeah.
But none of his movies were considered blockbuster hits. Some of them were better than others.
Well, in the Green Berets, his character is so painfully put into the movie for one purpose. It kind of spoils him a little bit, but by the same token, he plays off of John Wayne so well because he has that gravitas. I mean, I don't know who else they could have gotten to do it. It's just sometimes you get a great actor in a movie that's just not that good. It's not written in a way that you even, I mean, at a certain point in that movie, I don't really care what happens to these people at all. Yeah. And that to me is the death knell of anything I'm watching. If there's one character in it that I care what happens to them, I'm in. If there's just none, then I'm pretty done. He made a movie either just before or just after the Green Berets called Warning Shot, which police procedural. Today we would call it a police procedural. That movie had it had everybody. It had a great cast. Joan Collins was in it, and I think maybe Keenan Wynn was in there. Joan Collins, Keenan Wynn, Carol O'Connor, Ed Begley, Stephanie Powers, Lillian Gish. Oh man, a whole bunch of. It was like a who's who of Hollywood. Yeah, and it had an okay theatrical release, but it became a staple of late night television. It ran all the time as the Late Show or the 8 o'clock movie on local stations, and he plays a police detective who is trailing a suspect, and in the course of trailing a suspect, he fires a warning shot, ends up killing a very prominent doctor. The man who he supposedly was shooting, not at the doctor, disappears, and the gun disappears. And so because of circumstantial evidence, he gets suspended pending the investigation with Internal Affairs. In order to clear his name, he's not quite a fugitive on the run, but he's accused of something he didn't do. Right. And so to clear his name, he conducts an investigation on his own time. And in the course of conducting his investigation on his own time, he runs into a bunch of only in Los Angeles type of characters played by all the various actors we've just rattled off. And so it's sort of a weird cross between The Fugitive and Harry O without nobody knowing I
you
got
know,
you.
the Harry O's down the road. But um, but that was it. It was not a big box office hit, but it was a good movie, you know.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
then for every movie like that, he did Where It's At, which went nowhere.
Yeah.
He did Generation, which went nowhere. He did Macho Callahan, which was terrible, but
Oh.
you know, but
The Wolf compares him to Darren McGavin. I think there's something to be said for that. The distinction that I would make is that Darren McGavin to me is more of a character actor, even in a lead role. And David Jansen was an actor.
he was as close to movie star quality television actor as you could be.
Yeah.
And even though, you know, he was in the era of the made-for-television movie, which was at its height in the 1970s. He was widely in demand. Studios knew, networks knew, if they cast David Jansen in this, they're going to get a 40 share because everybody loves David Jansen. And so he could do whatever. He could have his pick of movies of the week. He knew he had a very successful career in television, but and I'm not just saying this to you, Tom. I'm saying this based on what people that I talked to who knew him had said to me. He never felt like he was a success because he wasn't a movie star. He always felt less than.
Well,
and that was because of the era.
I'll just say this, and then we can move on to Run for Your Life. But he caroused with a lot of the biggest stars in Hollywood. And I don't mean that he just went to their parties. He was sort of a very social man that had lots of the biggest stars counted amongst his friends because he was a great guy to be around. And if you see him on Carson or on anything from back then, he's really charming. He's, as you mentioned, super quick-witted.
Yeah,
funny and intelligent. And so, you know, if you like to smoke a lot of cigarettes and drink and hang out, and that's the guy you want to do it with.
There's a very, I think it's one of the episodes that the Carson estate released for home entertainment, but it's a very famous episode. It aired. It aired somewhere between the end of Harry O and the release of 2 Minute Warning. David Jansen is on this is the guest lineup for the Tonight Show that night. Frank Sinatra, David Jansen, Olivia Newton-John, and I don't remember whether Rickles was scheduled that night or whether Rickles just showed up. But Rickles, Sinatra, David Jansen, and Olivia Newton-John, all on the same show. And I think, and this was back in the era when it's not like today where you do Stephen Colbert for 8 minutes and then you leave.
Yeah.
Everybody stayed on the couch.
Sure.
And it was just cool.
Yeah, that's he's one of my favorites, always going to be.
Yeah.
COVID happened and I said, I'm getting the Fugitive box set. The Fugitive is a weird show because I originally went to watch it on a streaming service and it's like started at season 3 and went to season. It wasn't all in one spot.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, another reason men of a certain age, I'm not pointing any fingers, we like to own our media if we possibly can.
Yes.
I will, to my dying day, say that, hey, if you like Fugitive the movie, the TV series was incredible. Different place, different occupation, different situation each and every single week. And what's going to happen to him? Where's he going to go next? And you probably know the actual statistical description of it, but I believe until MASH, the final of MASH, the final episode of The Fugitive, the day the running stopped. It was the highest single episode viewed program in American television that was not a special event.
Yes. Most watched episode of a regular television series. It set the record in August of 67, something like a 55 share, and I forget how many million viewers. It has only been eclipsed twice.
And one is MASH, and the other one
MASH is number one.
Who shot JR?
Who shot JR?
That got both of them. Okay, so you would know this. Now, I know that this is true, but I don't recall the reason why. There are two different dates that were given, because William Conrad just doesn't say the day the running stops. He says August 27th.
August 29th, 1960.
Yeah. Oh, man, I'm surprised I even got 2 days off. That's a win for me.
Yes.
But there were two different days, and I can't remember the reason why.
When The Fugitive was released on VHS tape, originally, early to mid 1980s, for whatever reason, the print they used of the Judgment, the two-part final episode that set the record for most watched single episode of a weekly series. For whatever reason, the print they used was not the network print that aired on ABC in August 67, but the print that aired on Canadian television or European television. I've been told it was Canadian television 1 week later.
Okay.
And so when it aired 1 week later in Canada, Conrad said Tuesday, September 5th, 1967, the day the running stopped. For whatever reason, that was the episode used on the VHS when it was released in 1985. I have not watched. I do not have the box set as of yet, so I don't know whether that's the print they used in the box set or not.
I'm never going to be happy until I get the Blu-ray, not DVD, Blu-ray of Coronet Blue.
Coronet Blue.
Nothing but blue. Down by the river, nothing but the river. So, yeah, 2 words. Coronet Blue. I asked Frank Converse about that. I had him do a voiceover for me.
Cool.
And I asked him about Coronet Blue. He was blown away because this was in 1990, I want to say 6. And I asked him about it, and he goes, "My God, how do you know about that?" And I have it, and it's in my office closet in a folder. He sent me an 8x10 that said, "I love trivia, but not as much as you, Frank Converse." But I think, if you want to get together with me on this sometime, I think there's either a book or a hell of a website article. What are the best TV series final episodes of all time? And you could do best and worst, but I would definitively put the last episode of The Fugitive on that list. And just like the opening was art, we talked about it last week, of The Fugitive, so was the closing of the series. When I first saw that as an adult, because I bought The Judgment on VHS, and when I first ended it with that, the day the running, and not just the words, the way Conrad delivers it, the day the running stopped. I mean, it just knocked me over. It was just incredible. And nowadays, listen to me. Nowadays, people are quite contentious about that.
Yeah.
And people will watch all of Lost or they'll watch all of The Sopranos. And because of the final episode, they'll go, I watched every episode of that and I waited about I hate that show now. You are going to throw away 7 seasons of television
because of 10 seconds.
Because the last scene didn't turn out the way that you did. They consult you on all of the other episodes and make sure you like. Of course they didn't. That's just the way it ended. Now I'll agree that there are, for instance, don't get me started on Ted Lasso. I can talk about Ted Lasso forever. I think it's one of the greatest achievements in television in terms of entertainment.
Mm-hmm.
And a fine ending. If that hadn't ended the way people wanted, even with some things that happened that weren't necessarily what people were craving, there would have been a problem there. But anyway, well,
the only thing. She used to sing Coronet Blue.
That's a he.
Oh, Kim. Okay,
Yeah.
I apologize, Kim.
He's gotten it his whole life. Don't worry. I have been friends with Mr. Warfield, also known as the Wolf, since my freshman year at Ball State.
Cool.
So not only is he used to problems with his first name, he has had to put up with me for that long. So
this is not Danger Man. Okay, all right, Patrick McGowan.
Yeah.
Dun-dun. Which, as opposed to Secret Agent Man, which was when CBS bought the rights and aired it in '65. But the only thing I'll say about finales, and we ought to maybe we should do a crossover episode of finales. You do an hour on my show, I do an hour on your show, and we have to watch both. We have to set it up so that it airs around the same time.
Yeah.
So you watch the first half on your show and the second half on my show, or something like that. But that's a conversation.
Or we could do best ever and worst ever and alternate. Or something.
Exactly. But the what's interesting, and this is a byproduct of television, particularly network television, but also to a degree on streaming and cable television in the internet age. In the era of The Fugitive,
I know what you're gonna say.
You would if you're going to have a final episode, you're going to tie up all the loose ends as logically as you can, as satisfactorily as you can, while being as true to the concept of the series as you can. Today, you tend because social media is so prominent, and before social media came into being, you had websites such as Television Without Pity, where you had active threads about certain shows. Yes, I'm dating myself there, man. So
I do it all the time because nobody else will date me. But
and because most showrunners, if they don't follow these fan pages or social media pages themselves, they will almost always have somebody on staff, if not an intern, whose job is to follow all this stuff.
Yeah.
If they don't factor in what the viewers and the fans on the internet have to say, they're going to have a revolt, and they don't want to deal with the revolt. So you tend to have, when you wrap up a show, you tend to have that factored in. My best example of that is go back to the Sex and the City as one example. To me, the most realistic ending of that show that I think would be true to the character is if Sarah Jessica Parker ended up alone. because she is she's never happy with any one relationship. So I think I said this, I used to do, I did a number of, I did a number of media interviews at the time. And I said, I think she should end up alone, because I think that would be realistic and that would be true to the character. But of course, it was very predictable that she ended up with Big.
Yes.
Because that's what the fans wanted.
Well, I would also say that back in the day, in the words of Mr. Potter, it's wonderful. Like, I'll go further than that. The shows, and I said this to you on one of the programs we've done together over these many hours. But back years ago, I said, do you think there ought to be a federal fund to make final episodes of shows that didn't have them? Back then, you weren't always granted the grace of a final episode. Now, there were certain series that would give you a faux final episode. They didn't really know whether they were coming back, but then maybe we will, maybe we wouldn't. Let's just try and make it seem semi-final or whatever. But it was I believe it was far less common back in the day and we're talking 70s, 60s, 70s, 80s, to have an official de facto, this is the end of the series, sometimes even when they knew it was the final episode.
Yeah.
It was just another episode.
And I mean, I Dream of Jeannie. There's in the broadcast date, in the broadcast order, it's either the second to last or third to last episode. It's the one where Tony has the dream that Dr. Bellows finds out that Jeannie is a genie.
Right.
In the broadcast order, that was like the second or last episode, second or third to last episode that season. If you have access to the production numbers, that was actually the final episode filmed for that season. So, and it was not clear whether the show was going to be renewed or not. And so, I think that's an example of, it was sort of a faux final episode.
Yeah. Even
though they weren't sure they're going to be renewed or not. Going back to Harry O, the final broadcast episode was an episode with Ruth Roman called Death Certificate, which is sort of an apt title for a last episode of a series.
Yeah.
But if you look at the production number, the actual last episode filmed was a show written by Michael Sloan called Victim, where Harry investigates the charges of a woman who accuses a man of raping her, but then rescinds the accusation out of fear for her life. The final scene of that episode has Harry saying goodbye, Trench. Trench says goodbye, Orwell, and then Sergeant Roberts, the actor who is Trench's sidekick and almost never says anything. He has the final line on that episode, which is goodbye, Harry. And that actually was the final episode of the series. They didn't know it at the time because it was on the bubble. Right. But if you look at it in that way, that's sort of a faux final episode. That's a very appropriate closing for that show.
Yeah, I think so. There's a show, and you know of my sickness. It's a show I love. A Man Called Shenandoah.
Oh, that was like the last. That was like the faux last season of the Virginian, but it's not. It's part of the Virginian, but it's not part of it's not part of the Virginian.
It's like Danger Man, Secret Agent, and The Prisoner. Is it? Isn't it? Whatever.
Yeah.
But that series was kind of a cross between The Fugitive and Coronet Blue. It's a guy with amnesia that goes from town to town trying to figure out who he is. And they never solved it. And it's in there. It's on DVD. I can watch all of them. Oh, Shenandoah, how long you wander. Robert Horton. Don't
you mentioned Coronet Blue.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly, the showrunner of that was Herb Leonard, who was also the showrunner of Route 66.
Yeah.
And
that show's got a very bizarre broadcast history.
Yeah, I'm gonna give a thumbnail version of it. It was shot in the spring or summer of '65, and it was one of those shows that the network liked it enough to order 11 episodes to be filmed, but then once it was filmed and once the marketing people saw it and decided to look for sponsors, the network lost interest in the show, and it sat on the shelf for 2.5 years.
I know,
unaired,
just hanging out there.
Just hung out to dry for 2 years, and so Herb Leonard went on to whatever his next project. Frank Converse, who was the star of that show, when it became clear that they weren't going to do anything with it, he went on to do what turned out to be NYPD.
Yeah.
With Jack Warden and Robert Hooks.
Yeah.
And went on with his life. And in the meantime, after about 2 years, and this is back in the era when networks would, and this was especially the case with variety shows like the Jackie Gleason show, like the Dean Martin show, like the Carol Burnett show.
Glenn Campbell,
Good Time Hour.
Yeah.
For some reason, the thinking was variety shows don't do well in reruns.
Yeah.
So a variety show would complete its network run in March, April, and then they would take it off the air for the summer, and they would air a limited run summer series in the summer. Yeah. And in some cases, it was a way to test market a show that they weren't sure they weren't sure of its potential.
And the time slot was perfect because they probably only shot up to 13 episodes, and that's about how long the summer is. So it's the summer replacement series. It's
exactly. So that was a thing in network television throughout the 60s and 70s. Often, pinch hitting for Jackie Gleason during the summer rerun season. So in the summer of 67, I don't remember whether it was airing in Jackie Gleason's time slot or Carol Burnett's time slot, but as they're putting together their lineup for the summer, someone in programming at CBS decides to dust off this show called Coronet Blue that they shot 11 episodes of 2 or 3 years earlier and didn't know what to do with it. Let's air it during the summer. We can get some sponsors. We can at least make back our investment, and nobody will care.
Yeah.
Well, you know the story, Tom. It hit a nerve in the summer of 67 because he was this hip-looking guy in the summer of, it was the summer of love, and it was the summer of discovery. It hit all the existential note. It had some cool music.
Oh, real cool. And very, what I would call mod editing styles and camera work. And then Joe Silver, who's got the deepest voice ever in the history of television.
Joe Silver, who guest stars in Harry O.
Awesome. everything comes back to
Men of Action available.
This book, which you can get just in time for the holiday season if you have Amazon Prime.
Amazon.com. Yes, absolutely. It takes off. It is the most watched show
of the summer.
And so, and all of a sudden, CBS is bombarded with calls in New York, local stations. Man, we love this show. What happened to them? Is there going to be another season? Well, by that point, Frank Converse was under contract with ABC and David Susskind doing NYPD.
Yeah.
So he wasn't available. And Herb Leonard was not available. And I don't remember whether there was ever serious talk of renewing it, but it's like it's one of those things where they didn't realize what they had until they actually aired it.
Right.
And so that is why there's no final episode of that, because by the time they aired it, the principals were not available to resume production.
They were all gone.
Yeah.
Absolutely all gone. So the thing about that series is that they actually shot 13 episodes and they just didn't air the final 2. There's 2 that are just sitting on the bench unless they've released it on DVD. It does. It says here, Kino Lorber released all 13 episodes on DVD in July of 2017. But 2 of the episodes, this is how dumb TV networks were and their executives back then. They had a hit show and they had 2 episodes they didn't even air. Now I realize probably the fall season had started or whoever, but it seems like, well, we got them here. It's popular now. We might as well show them.
Well, I'm just thinking aloud here, which is always a dangerous thing. But sometimes this circles back to the era of summer television, where you have a 2 or 3 month gap where you need to air something in those months between the end of the regular season and the beginning of the fall season, when you're going to get new episodes of everybody. Sometimes in lieu of airing shows that were expressly targeted for a summer airing, sometimes a network would either take a show that had aired 5 years later or acquire a show that had aired on another network 5 years later. And the most famous example, speaking of Burt Reynolds, who we mentioned a little while ago in our conversation, was Dan August, which when it aired on ABC in the 70-71 season, I think it was a Thursday night show, and I forget what aired against. It may have been Hawaii 5-0. It may have been the CBS late night, the CBS Thursday night movie. It did not catch enough eyeballs to merit a renewal for a second season. 3 years later, Burt Reynolds becomes the biggest box office star in the country because of Seamus and Deliverance and this, that, and the other thing. CBS acquires the rights to Dan August and figures, okay, if people can't wait to see Burt Reynolds in his next movie, maybe they'll watch a show he did 5 years ago. And it becomes the biggest draw of the summer of 1973. And, are we going to see more Dan August? Well, at that point, Burt Reynolds had turned his back on television.
He was done. He had just done Deliverance, or was about to, I guess.
Yeah.
And various other things before that.
And he didn't need to do television for another 15 years until he did Evening Shave and BL Strikers.
Yeah. Okay, so the last of these programs that are in your book, Men of Action, is the one that I may tangentially remember seeing it, but I've heard about it and read about it a lot. And I absolutely love this concept. We were talking about the immortal. The immortal, of course, a guy who was born with the perfect blood that wouldn't allow him to age or get sick. And there's an evil billionaire. Was it Richard Kiley?
I believe Richard Kiley.
Richard Kiley, I think, was a billionaire that was going to die and wanted his blood. So he has to run and avoid Richard Kiley, because if they ever got him, they'd put him in a lab and he would never, ever be allowed to leave. It would be like a death sentence.
And he would never meet Linda Day George.
No, not even on Mission Impossible when they were doing the escape thing and all that.
And Christopher George worked with Linda Day George a lot.
A lot. I mean, a lot. Well, she's definitely in The Immortal, yes. Which incidentally, bizarrely, I think it may have just been the pilot, but maybe not, was on a cable station I was watching in like the 90s. And I went, The Immortal's on? Because our family watched The Immortal. But explain what I think is maybe kind of, I don't know. I try to sound smart a lot of times. It doesn't work very often, as you can tell. The other side of the coin from the immortal, the guy who can't die that's running all over the place, to
Run for Your Life, the premise of which is Paul Bryan, the leading a lawyer, leading character played by Ben Gazzara, finds out that he has a terminal disease that when it occurs, it will be very painful and very sudden, but the worst of it won't occur for 2 years. So he's in the prime of his life, and yet he's told he has 2 years to live. So what do you do with the rest of your life if you know you have an end date? Or to borrow from George Carlin, if you've been given the 2-minute warning, what do you do with the rest of your time?
Yeah.
Because he is a lawyer and has the means to do so, he decides to see as much of the world as possible. So he's this globe-trotting adventurer who, because he's a lawyer, that gives him a tool as a character to, if he's involved, if he meets somebody who needs legal help, he can do that. Because this is also in the height of the Cold War, 1965, 66, 67, 68. He's occasionally recruited by the government to serve as maybe not an operative, but sort of a negotiator in Cold War countries. So that makes it timely. But without being overt about it, it's a show that has sort of an existentialist theme to it. What would you do with the rest of your life if you only knew you had 2 years left? So it's a statement on what it means to truly live. And it was done by Universal at the height of Universal's volume-driven factory. Right. And because Universal had all these different sets from all these different countries, you could easily portray Ben Gazzara being in Spain 1 week, being in France 1 week, being in Portugal 1 week. It gave it a realistic, exotic look that also made it different from network television. It was a variation of The Fugitive, also created by Roy Huggins, about a man who he's not on the run. He's not on the run from the law, but he's like Shane. He's that contemporary cowboy going from place to place and making the world and making the lives of the people he meets a little better before he goes. So it is the most successful attempt of The Fugitive. Is the most successful variation of The Fugitive to air at an era when everybody was trying to capture the magic of The Fugitive.
Gotcha. Well, what is it? Then Came Bronson is another example of that, perhaps.
Very much of that era. A couple of years later, Coronet Blue,
Yes.
which, as we mentioned before, was made in '65 at the height of The Fugitive's popularity. It didn't air until the summer of '67 after The Fugitive had ended its run, but very much, the drop out of society, or wandering from town to town.
There was another show too, that was made in '65 that went along those lines. It was called A Man Called Shenandoah. Oh, Shenandoah, you're doomed to wander. And Robert Horton, not many people know this, was like an outstanding singer.
Yes,
he was a stage performer and everything else. Yeah, I'm going to be watching that this weekend now too. 20 episodes of it. I go through these Man with a Camera. I've got all of those, and I'll probably watch
Charles Bronson.
Oh yeah. So the scene you see before you there is with Joan Collins. What made Ben Gazzara particularly good about playing this particular character?
Well, he was a classically trained actor. He was good looking. He was charismatic on screen. He was charismatic off screen. He could play. He could carry himself off as a man of means, and yet he can make him. And yet, going back to the Magician for just a second. One of the other problems with the concept of that show is that your hero was a stage magician, who, because of this, because of there are two schools of thought of stage performers. There's the sort of traditional Mark Wilson, David Copperfield, where there's a wall in front of you because I'm the illusionist and you're being fooled, and then there's a school of thought by Penn and Teller, who are sort of tricksters who let you in on the act.
Right.
So the point is, part of the problem the Bill Bixby character had to overcome was the fact that he's playing a man who has this veneer in front of him that keeps him detached from other people, because you don't want too many people to know the secrets of my trap. Ben Gazzara, what Gazzara was able to do, even though he played this man who was able to, even though he's got this terminal disease, he played a man who was wealthy enough to travel the world, and yet he knew how to connect emotionally with anybody.
Okay.
So that gave him the ability to empathize with the people he met, and by extension, he can empathize with the viewers, and the viewers can empathize with him. In addition to the fact that this is, they know that he knows when he's going to die.
Yeah, and then that was done as I think you mentioned in some. He had a conversation with the doctor, and then it was at the beginning of the show. You would hear that conversation, not necessarily see it at the beginning. Okay.
Yeah. The tagline was, I want to put 10 years of living into 1 or 2.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. And in both the pilot and the premiere episode of the Run for Your Life series, he talks explicitly about living dangerously, in the sense, there's a there's a school of thought of thrill seekers who do we would call extreme sports.
Adrenaline junkies.
Adrenaline. Gazzara's character was not an adrenaline junkie, but he would allow himself the risk of falling in love, knowing that he cannot really complete the relationship because he knows he's not going to be around for a long time. So the question is, do you allow yourself the risk of falling in love? Because even though you may get hurt yourself and you may cause hurt to the person you fall in love with, mm-hmm. It is allowing yourself to fall in love is part of what makes us people, and is part of what life itself is all about.
And he knows that eventually he's going to have to hurt that other person one way or another. Either he's going to have to say, hey, I need to tell you this thing, which means we can't be together, because why, would you do this with somebody that can't have a long relationship? Yeah. Or you're going to stay with me, and that's going to be tragic.
Yeah. And the burden he bears is that, because for that reason, he cannot really stay involved with these people for a long period of time. That makes him Richard Kimball-like, in the sense that Richard Kimball knew he could never stay in one place at the same time. Not just because he knew Lieutenant Gerard was always one step behind him, but because he could not stay. Once people discovered what his secret was, he could not stay longer, because he did not want to implicate them as accessories and endanger them. So that was part of his Gazzara shared that burden with Richard Kimball.
And Kimball knew he had to continue his quest to clear his name, or else it would constantly be going on. But so he goes from place to place and basically rights wrongs or gets involved in intrigues. Do these things happen to him, or does he seek them out?
Little bit of both.
Little column A, little column B.
Little bit of both. Two examples. There's an episode with Louise. There's an episode with Louise Sorel, where that begins with Ben Gazzara meeting Louise Sorel on a train at night headed towards Chicago. When Gazzara first meets Louise Sorel, she is dressed as a nun, and she has her prayer book, and by all appearance, Gazzara thinks she's a nun. So then Gazzara and Louise Sorel chat for however long, and then Louise Sorel excuses herself. Several minutes later, maybe it's the next stop, Ben Gazzara runs into Louise Sorel again, mm-hmm. except she's no longer dressed as a nun. And even though they had this very meaningful conversation not too long before, Louise Sorel's character acts like Ben Gazzara is a total stranger. So he wonders what's going on here. And so he pursues, he wants to know why. Are you in trouble? If you're in trouble, can I help you? So in that respect, he goes after her. To give you an example of the other type of story, there's an episode with Don Rickles called Down with Willie Hatch, where Gazzara ends up visiting an old friend, I believe they're Army buddies. I don't remember, but he's an old friend of this down on his heels stand-up comic played by Don Rickles in a straight dramatic role,
which he was very good at back in the day.
He was a very underrated actor.
Yeah.
And I have been told that if you had a chance to sit down with Rickles and you really wanted him to open up to you and get out of character, ask about his acting work and ask him about working with Clint Eastwood. Ask him about some of his dramatic.
Clark Gable, Burt Lancaster, and Run Silent, Run Deep. And he went to the American Academy of Dramatic Arts, I think. And when Jason Robards and I think Redford maybe was he was like a serious dramatic actor.
He was a very, very good actor.
Although he did do X, the Man with the X-Ray Eyes, but we won't get into that.
Well, he also did How to Stuff a Wild Bikini and so on.
And all the beach blanket bingo stuff. Yeah. And what was his character's name? Garbage Pail or something. Anyway.
Something like that. But no, he was in demand. And when you're fortunate, you can do things just for the money because whatever. So Don Rickles' character in Run for Your Life is accused of statutory rape.
Oh wow!
And it's a very topical. It's a very topical issue for network television, 1965.
Yeah.
Gazzara agrees to clear him of the charges, and he encourages him to discuss it on stage in front of an audience because he figures, okay, you will get in front of the story, and you will earn back the trust of your audience. Well, Rickles does that, and it goes terribly.
Oh boy!
And so he ends up, despite his good intentions, he ends up making Don Rickles' life worse. And the episode kind of ends on a somber note, which is very unusual. But that was daring.
Yeah.
For 1965, 66. So sometimes the action comes to him, and sometimes he deliberately chooses to be part of the action.
Gotcha. So as this series progresses, does it move around? Is it highly rated? Is it always trying to survive?
No, it was either number one or number two in its time slot for each of its 3 years on the air. And this is one of those peculiarities of television, Tom.
Yeah.
The network executive who greenlit the show in 1965 left the network around the time Run for Your Life started its third season. At the end of the third season, even though by the end of its third season, it was still drawing like a 30 share in a 3-network universe.
Man,
a show with a 30 share today would be a number one show.
Oh, smash hit. I mean, what does the number one get now? It doesn't get 30.
It doesn't get 20.
Yeah. I mean, football games, that's the only thing that get, but as far as a regular weekly episodic thing, if 18 and you're the talk of the nation, if not the world.
Yeah. So it was still drawing a 30 share in a 3-network universe. Man. However, as Roy Huggins relayed to me, and as you can read in detail in Men of Action, the network, and this happens a lot. You know this from radio, Tom.
Oh.
When you get new management, if the new management wants to change and doesn't like your show or doesn't like the format, the new management says goodbye, goodbye sports talk. Let's do top 40.
Oh, I like to use the word new executives because New management implies that there was managing going on.
Yeah.
It's, there's never any management when things goes bad. It's like, well, I was just here in this office. I didn't realize they were doing it. No, you were part of it too. But yeah, that definitely happens. Happens in sports, happens in everything. Is the new,
and that's what happened with Run for Your Life. The head of programming was not the same head of programming when the show started its network run. He decided, he was not a fan of the show, and he decided, first of all, the premise of the show was he has 2 years to live. He's gone on 3 years. He's already lived 1 year past his expiration date. That's the end of the show.
Yeah.
And Roy said, the television audience is not that literal.
Right.
If you put Run for Your Life on for a 4th season, it will still, the numbers are showing it's still performing.
Yeah.
It's still drawing 1/3 of the audience.
Yeah.
But it was an executive who didn't like the show and wanted to put something else on. And that was why Run for Your Life ended after 3 years.
Are there any particularly famous episodes and or folks that came out of Run for Your Life?
A lot of famous. Bruce Dern, Oscar nominated.
Oh yeah,
legendary actor.
He was in everything back then. He was so great in them all too.
And he not only was he in everything, he was, even though he had made a name for himself as a movie actor, not a star, but even though he was not a movie star, but he was on John Wayne's radar, and John Wayne would cast him in one of his movies. Other actors would cast it. So Bruce Dern was very much in demand, both as a movie actor and a television actor. And he had a recurring role in the last couple of seasons of Run for Your Life as Ben Gazzara's running partner. Now that was great casting because Bruce Dern was a long distance runner in real life. He would run 4 or 5 miles at a time, and in his prime, he was running close to 4,000 miles a year.
Yeah.
Long story. So he ends up recurring in Run for Your Life. He films an episode where there's a fight scene, and he's pushed against the wall. He hits the door. He hits a doorknob, punctures his lungs.
Whoa.
Doesn't discover the after effects until the next day where he's supposed to be on the shoot, where he's supposed to be on the set. Goes to his doctor. I have to report to the set at 4 o'clock, but I can't breathe. What do I do? Doctor checks him out, takes x-rays, and says, one of your lungs is almost shot. And he discovers, there's a lot of carbon dioxide in it.
Oh wow!
That has eaten up one of his lungs. It would not have been discovered had he not injured his rib as a result of filming this fight scene from Run for Your Life. Long story short, the doctor finds out that one of the places where Dern was running was an area in LA that was statistically the most smoggiest area. It was one of the places where all the freeways convened, so you got a lot of smog.
Yeah,
and it's by Griffith Park. That's where he used to run. So the doctor says, okay, you need surgery right away. Well, Dern says, can I wait until the weekend? I'm due on the set at 4 o'clock, and I need the money. And so the doctor says, okay, He makes a call. There's a friend of his who's a height specialist that either he knew or John Wayne, because John Wayne recommended him, and because John Wayne hired Duran for one of his movies in '60.
The Cowboys.
Well, no, this is before the Cowboys.
Oh, this is before the Cowboys. Okay,
a couple of years before the Cowboys.
Cahill, U.S. Marshal. I'll figure it out.
You'll figure. We'll both think of it as soon as we sign off. But anyway, he gets through the Friday afternoon, Friday evening shoot. He has surgery over the weekend. The doctor says you should probably take 2 weeks off, at least 3 weeks off to recover. Duran says, I can't take 3 weeks off. I need to finish this shoot because I need the money. I'm a working actor. He gets through the rest of the shoot. And that's one, so that's pre-movie star Bruce Dern telling the story of how he nearly died while making Run for Your Life.
Man, oh man.
But there are a lot of, Dabney Coleman did a Run for Your Life, Suzanne Plachette, Kim Darby.
I was looking at the list of people, and you had me at John Dehner. As you know, I'm a big John Dehner guy.
Leslie Martinson, very prolific director, mostly for television, but some movies for Warner Brothers and studios in the 60s and 70s. Leslie Martinson described John Dehner as a money in the bank actor.
Yeah.
Whenever he showed up, whenever you knew he was on the call sheet, you never had to worry about what he was going to do because you knew he would be prepared, you knew he would deliver, and you knew he would always be good.
And I think he's in an episode of A Man Called Shit. I don't know if that's true.
Bob,
make a better story.
He was like he was in everything. He was like Bruce Dern.
He played Paladin on the radio.
Yes, he did.
He was amazing. And I think he was like either a lawyer or a chemical engineer. He was something. A lot of these guys that came out of the World War II era or before, they had like other careers before they decided to be an actor, and he was one of those guys.
But, he was doing industrial stuff, and when he found a career in radio, and both, I think he was an announcer at one point, and then eventually he became a radio actor, and then he became a film actor.
Mm-hmm.
And then while Richard Boone played Paladin on television, John Dehner played Paladin on the radio.
And he might have played The English Gentleman too, which was another Western. I can't remember. Anyway, so let's get past John Dehner. I'm a freak for John Dehner.
As you know, he was the Mark in Shady Deal at Sunny Acres. Yeah. James Garner's favorite episode of Maverick.
Yeah, I think I told you I've got a 3-disc set. A disc set. One was Shady Deal. They would be the top 3 that you know of. One Shady Deal, Shady Acres. One was Pappy.
Yes.
The one with Pappy in it, and then the third one I can't remember offhand right now. But so Run for Your Life also. Now I'm not going to beat myself up too bad. I was only 2 years old when this show debuted. And but I haven't seen it anywhere. I always hear about it. I've read about it, but just haven't had the opportunity to see it.
Of the 4 shows featured in Men of Action,
mm-hmm.
Run for Your Life is the only one that, as of today, is not available commercially on home entertainment, and to my knowledge has never been released on home entertainment. I'm sure that NBC Universal has it in their library. Because they keep everything. I'm not sure why it has not been released, but it did have a fairly it had an okay run in syndication. In the late 80s, early 90s, around the dawn of the superstation era.
Mm-hmm.
I believe it was WGN out of Chicago aired it weeknights for many, many years. And so it had a second life in syndication. And then off and on, I know there's a good stretch in the 90s and 2000s. I know of at least two attempts. For a while, it was a property that either someone would contact Universal or Universal would contact an independent producer about making a movie version of it. At one point, John Travolta in his prime was attached to playing Paul Bryan in a movie version of Run for Your Life. But for one reason or another, that never materialized.
Well, as somebody who, worked at, a Cartoon Network, and I was the editorial director, which is weird because people don't necessarily always understand what an editorial director is at a television network. They think I'm in charge of all the editing. Seriously. And it's a much broader responsibility than that. And so when I was there, one of my tasks was to figure out how to leverage what we at the time, and because you have to remember, Cartoon Network had Hanna-Barbera,
mm-hmm.
all of those, and all of the MGM cartoons as well. And Hanna-Barbera has 10,000 licensed cartoon characters. And so I started doing things because people were coming to the network and saying, do you have any Fred Flintstone on a train, or at least a prehistoric looking train? I had to explain them that whole thing. Fred Flintstone can't be on a train. He can be on a train that has been hammered out of rock, but he can't be on a train. He's, after all, a caveman.
That's right.
And so
he would be on a train where he would be running it with his feet and all the other passengers.
That, or a number of
although that would be painful, because if he's running it on a track, they'd be cutting their feet.
Yeah, it would more likely that would be some Tyrannosauruses or something dragging them really fast. But the conundrum that arrived was, how do I start to figure out what we have, what these characters, I don't know what all 10,000 of them have done on screen. And so we start digitizing all the scripts and synopses and things of that nature. And once that was done, I kind of looked at everything I had and what people needed and how to create kitsch value out of Morocco mole on a t-shirt or whatever we could do. And I came up with this strategy for dormant properties. I went like, we have all this stuff. And certainly anybody that wants to license it can, but people aren't necessarily going to license all of these things. What we need to do is to start our own network and show these properties over and over and over and over and over again, because that's, like I said, Morocco Mole, Lippy the Lion. I could go down the list and bore people even more with my cartoon knowledge. And that's why I say this show right here, from a rights perspective, if there's a rights issue there, either solve it or start selling it another way. If it's music, take the music off, put new music in, do what you need to. But I personally don't believe, like, I should be able right now to watch, if I wanted to, I'd be able to watch the CBS lineup from Thursday, March the 3rd, 1987. It should be there. Why isn't it? It's everything's easy to digitize now, and just make it available. People will pay for it, and what's it going to hurt to sit on a server? Nothing. So shows like this one, I get a little first world problem testy about, because it's like, here's a show that was on for 3 years, obviously did very well. You got great performances, great actors, etc. down the line. And why isn't it available? There's absolutely no reason that it shouldn't be available.
Especially since in the last 20 years, NBC Universal has had no shortage of niche channels that they've spun off, like along the lines of what you had suggested, that many years earlier. I mean,
Boomerang. We called it. It's still around. Boomerang.
Yeah. So create your own channel that would be a home for these properties. We'll make a home. We'll make a home of our own for these properties that otherwise we may not be able to place everywhere. They did that for one of their things. They call the Sleuth Channel was supposed to be mystery only.
Yeah.
Movies, and then they changed it to CLOO because that was hip. And then I don't know if it's still on or not, but I agree. Look, we mentioned this last week when we talked about the FBI. Not only has Warner made a deal with Tubi to air the FBI and other shows in that era, Warner has. They've done this with at least there's a designated FBI channel where you can on Tubi, where you can watch the show in
real time,
in real time streaming. And they have they had also on Tubi, they had I forget what they called it, but they were running episodes of Jericho, not the Gerald McCraney Jericho, but a show that went 17, either 13 and out or 17 and out, that aired on one of the networks in 65, 66. They were running that on Tubi as part of the Warner Brothers channel. So they're, as you say, it doesn't take up that much space on a server, and it's not, they have it. It doesn't take much for them to digitize it. And there's an audience for it.
I can see why you don't do it on DVD. You got to make a production press, and it's going to be. But we need to make 1,000 or 5,000. What if we don't?
Not even one. Not so much, because in print on demand, you limit your cost.
Well, that's what I was getting to. I could see why they didn't at first, but then when print on demand happened, now it's very affordable. But now on servers and all that other stuff, you have a one-time cost to digitize it, and you're done. And my thing that I said to a room full of people was, would you like to make something on these things you own and have paid for, or would you like to make nothing on these things that you own? And it's somebody said, well, what if people only want this one time? I'm like, well, then we made $10,000. We got 10,000 characters. That's more than nothing.
Yeah.
But I have a feeling that Top Cat and Lippy the Lion and all the associated characters and Frankenstein Jr. and I don't get me started, Roger Ramjet. I have a feeling that these, what we call dormant properties, can be leveraged into something.
Yeah.
And I don't know. One of the biggest things on YouTube, or a thing on YouTube, are young people watching old movies and old programs and reacting to them. Well, right there, due to the nature of over-the-air broadcast television as it exists, and the stations that you're talking about right now, the Love Boat channel, the Gunsmoke channel, the Bonanza channel, the Rifleman channel, on down the line, more and more people are watching these older programs. and they're starting to become a little bit of what we call social currency. If you know about them and you're able to say, hey, that actor that's in that movie, I saw him the other day on Run for Your Life, and he played this kind of guy. That's a cool thing. That's a big deal. You might as well go ahead and do it. Why keep it in a vault? Nobody's going to watch it in a vault.
And in this day and age where some I don't want to go into specifics. Someone may upload one or more episodes of a show on YouTube or Vimeo and get X number of views.
Yeah.
You know, especially if they have a channel that has a pretty decent built-in number of subscribers.
Yeah.
You know, they're proving there's an audience for that, because you're getting 1,000 views, 10,000 views. That's a market share. And
people are bingy these days. So if they like it, they're not going to just watch one episode.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Somebody put up Petrocelli. All 45 episodes of Petrocelli.
Wow.
On YouTube, and they're getting pretty decent action. And I remember when Petrocelli was originally on.
I do too.
I'd forgotten that Lalo Schifrin did the theme to Petrocelli, and in some cases original composition for the show. It's a show like Run for Your Life that may not be in the public consciousness as much as other shows are, but it is fun. It's still compelling, and it's fun because you see all these familiar actors. And I watched one the other night. Rick Nelson was in it.
Wow.
And then lot of Barbara Luna, Dabney Coleman, Scatman Crothers, people who are popular then and people who are still popular today, and of course it has the lovely Susan Howard. So I would imagine NBC Universal will do something with Run for Your Life sometime.
Well, there is a channel called the Archive Network. I think Bill Curtis was doing a lot of their voiceovers and stuff, and they had these weird binges of shows you hadn't seen in a long time. They wouldn't do the full series. They would do like 5 episodes or something on Saturday or Friday night. And what they would also occasionally do is do a primetime lineup for a particular evening. And they would take, 7 o'clock till 11 o'clock and pick the number one show for each part of the time slot, or just jumble them up or whatever. It was really, really cool. It's like you're watching television from that time period. And I love that. And one of the reasons I love it is it was in real time. So I'm watching it like I would have had to back then. Mm-hmm. And also they've done all the work. I don't have to go out and independently source each one of those programs. They're just serving it up to me. So, I mean, in terms of, we all know we live in a binge on-demand world. I get it. There's no more appointment viewing unless you're watching a sporting event or an emergency happens or there's weather.
Or an award show.
Or an award show, sure. A special event.
Yes.
Then I get that. But if we're still going to have on, the fly real-time TV, you better start making it, number one, easy for me, but give me something that I can't get on demand. Give me something that I, isn't available elsewhere. So Let's see. The Wolf and I are big fans of The Prisoner, so they might run a watch party for it. The Prisoner is on right now. Okay.
I am not a member. I'm a free man.
Yes. I'll get it by hook or by crook. I'll get it.
This would be about 20 years ago. I was a staff writer for an arts and entertainment magazine.
Yeah.
In the San Jose, South Bay area of Northern California, and
you were the scene. You were talking about this last week. You were sort of the elder statesman.
I was the elder statesman of the staff. I was not senior in terms of rank in the magazine, but I was the oldest member of the staff at the time. And this was 2005. And as I say, most of my colleagues were in their late 20s, early 30s. Mm-hmm. I made a reference to Patrick McGowan and The Prisoner.
Uh-huh.
Nothing. And it's after I initially scratched my head, I realized, okay, well, it's just they don't know of it, and you just and the only reason it surprised me was this was the whole vibe of the magazine was we're hip to everything.
Yeah.
And I was a little surprised they weren't hip to that.
Yeah, I mean there's certain things in your life that you can sort of measure another person by, and that's one of them. You know, you don't have to like it. You don't even have to have seen it. But have you heard of The Prisoner? Would be a question to answer. And then there's that Mandela effect, kind of. It's like, do you know how many times I've had half-an-hour conversations with people trying to talk them down off of there's more than 13 or 12 episodes of the original Fawlty Towers? Oh, no. I watched it every Friday night on PBS for 10 years. Yeah, there's actually only...
there's 12.
There's 12 episodes. Yeah, I think
and they're 4 years apart.
I know. It's and people just the Hitler one is just, I can't watch it. I start crying, but they won't believe you. They just absolutely won't believe it. Yeah. And when we start talking about, I think Run for Your Life, I remember from your book, for those of you who haven't heard of it, it's called Men of Action, and it's available.
Amazon.com, where books are sold online.
And I was at 90 episodes or so.
Just under 90 episodes.
Okay, so that's a substantial television series. There are series out right now. Well, I know that there are many of them longer in run length, but for specific episodes. But what just ended, Yellowstone. That's a 5-season show.
Yeah.
It's got 50 episodes. There's only 10 episodes a season. This one has double.
Yeah.
And so there's some substantial, legitimate. Now, look, there's a lot of shows that were popular back then that I don't need to see again. I didn't enjoy them back then. They somehow hung around, but there's a bunch of them that are very, 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 very good to this day. And for them to not be available, and yet I can see every single episode of, I don't want to name a series because that'll be bad for that series, or at least make me seem superior. As you know, during the 60s and in the 70s, and maybe even now, there were a number of programs that were popular, but not good. They have not stood the test of time. They may have involved heavy usage of catchphrases and canned laughter, that sort of thing. But I think even those should be available across the board. It's like there is just no reason for. Do you know how much is uploaded to YouTube, brand new original content, every single day or every single hour? It is a staggering figure. I looked it up the other day. I think it's like 500,000 hours per day or something like that.
Wow.
Yeah. AI will tell me here. Okay. All right. 500 hours of new videos are uploaded to YouTube every minute.
Wow.
That's 30,000 hours uploaded every hour. That's 720,000 hours every single day. That's 750,000 hours of content every single day being uploaded to YouTube. You're telling me we can't get a server? And I mean, we could all go to the Paley Center and ask somebody, "Hey, can you go back in the back and find this?" But it ought to really be available. So I'm dismayed because, run for your life. I'm still working my way through the FBI, but tonight, I'll definitely be watching A Man Called Shenandoah again. No question in my mind. Absolutely no question in my mind. And I have a lot of other bizarre, like I have all of the William Bendix Life of Riley's, a tremendous amount of Ernie Kovacs. And the reason I got it is it was there. Hey, I've got a disc, maybe 2 discs that I got on a cutout bin or something of Hullabaloo. And those DVDs are now, somebody told me, "You've got those?" I said, "Yeah." They go, "That's super valuable."
Absolutely.
Those are very rare things. And I went to eBay or somewhere and looked them up. Yeah, they're worth like $200 or $300.
Yeah.
And I'm like, it's not as good for me. But I said, I don't believe in that.
Yeah.
I believe everybody ought to have access to this stuff.
Absolutely.
So, and I'm not a person that wants to violate a license or somebody's royalties. No. That if you have to pay for it, you have to pay for it.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with that. If someone's smart, they'll figure out a way to get sponsors on it, because apparently anything on television, and anybody who watches, especially over the antenna television or any of the variants of it that are streaming, is dying to get a reverse mortgage.
Yes. Well, yeah. Whether Tom Selleck or Robert Wagner or somebody else,
Jimmy Walker
makes the appeal for them. I just thought of something else. Peacock would be a good platform for Run for Your Life, because there's content, and there's you put it up there for 6 months, a year, and see what people. To paraphrase Kevin Cotton, to paraphrase James Earl Jones, if you build it, they will come.
Well, and you could call it Peacock Classic, Peacock Throwback, Retro Peacock, whatever you want to call it, because there is some historical lineage with the music, the flourish, and now such and such program in color. I always love it when they say
that's right. You mentioned Ernie Kovacs. Have you had Josh Mills on your program?
I have not. Is that Edie Adams' nephew?
Edie Adams' nephew. He is the curator and the archivist for both the Ernie Kovacs estate and the Edie Adams estate.
I have chatted with him on Facebook, and I follow his Facebook page.
Okay.
Yeah, I definitely should have him because I'm a tremendous fan of both Edie Adams and Ernie Kovacs. I did a show on Ernie Kovacs just recently. Hopefully he didn't watch it and go, that guy doesn't know what he's talking about.
No, I did. Well, but you know, he makes at least one trip to Dallas, because I'm trying to remember, and I'm going to show my ignorance right now. There is an annual award or an annual Kovacs. There's either an annual award or an annual Kovacs festival that is held in Dallas, and Josh, I believe Josh goes there, if not every year, most often in relation to Kovacs.
He has some really amazing stuff, and the things that I like aren't the glitzy celebrity things. I like her a business card of hers or a small thing. You'll probably remember they did an auction of all of James Garner's stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And oh wow, what a wide variety of things. Obviously the man was very popular. There's the fake Yellow Pages ad that's got like line art of him. And I saw that and went, oh, I got to have that. And then I saw what it was going for and went, no, I don't think that's going to happen. But there were so many items there.
I was only outbid by $500 million, by $500,000.
Missed it by that much. But that kind of stuff, it's like a flyer from a supermarket appearance she made, because as you know, she really worked to pay off all of his debt.
Yeah. Well, I wish I was doing my program when she was still around. I mean, I think she passed in either 2000 or 2004. I started I started the early version of my program around 2006. So I just missed her by a couple of years. And I mean, forget the fact that she worked her ass off to pay all of what Ernie owed to the IRS. She saw in an era when everyone thought television was disposable, and no one except for Desi Arnaz, who had the vision of, filming this, most people, you filmed one thing, no one ever thought of saving it. You would use the tape that you shot tonight's episode of the Tom Gully Show, and you would use it tomorrow to tape the following episode. You would tape over our conversation right now. So she had as he was doing it, she realized he is doing something special. It needs to be saved. She didn't necessarily knew what she was going to do with it. She just knew this needed to be saved. And so part of what she not only worked her ass off to pay off the IRS, she worked her ass off to raise the money to buy all the tapes from ABC, so that and all his other, so that it was saved. And so she is when I first found that out about her, it's just she's the patron saint of archivists.
Yeah, she's like awesome in every way possible. I mean, she could have easily been all glam and Hollywood and this and that. There's a story about their first date that's really interesting. I can't remember it offhand now, but she and talk about a guy that everybody recognized he was a genius, even sponsors.
Yep.
But he had 9,000 shows with 9,000 titles and was in 9,000 time slots on 9,000 networks. I mean,
he was a constant presence on television for about 10 years, despite never having never having a show that would be considered long running or successful in that respect.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was never not on television.
Yeah. He was
never not on television for very long.
And pioneered so many things, and just whatever. But
Edie Adams did a guest shot in Harry O, featured in Men of Action, available Amazon.com where books are sold.
It's quite a book. It's the pages. These pages turn more easy than any other book I've ever had. They're made of some special paper. I don't know. It just takes far less effort. The printing is done in a very attractive typeface.
Yes, it is.
Me and some people got together earlier. The pages are all numbered in order, and I think people appreciate that.
No, I'm very happy with the design of the. I'm very happy with the design of the book itself, and as you mentioned, I really love the cover.
Yeah, I think it's going to pop off of a bookshelf, or certainly your Amazon web browser.
Yes, I give credit to the publisher Lee Goldberg for coming up with the title. I love the title. Yeah, so
I did notice one thing about this book that I was a little disconcerting. There's no introduction, and more importantly, there's no giant quote from me because it's not an introduction. Almost said it with a straight face. Well, Ed, I've done it again. We've talked here for 4.5 hours about television. I so appreciate your time, and I really do hope both of your books. What's it like? Just last question. What's it like to have 2 books releasing within a very short period of time?
It is fun. It's humbling. I'm very grateful that each book is reaching the target audience, but reaching them in ways that I hadn't expected. So
good. So you're getting good response back thus far.
Very good response back, and it's very interesting with Men of Action in particular. Some of the feedback, the immediate feedback circled immediately to Harry O or The Magician. Mitchell Hadley, who runs an excellent website called itsabouttv.com. He was kind enough to review the book, and I was surprised. His focus was mostly on Run for Your Life. Maybe because, and much for the same reason you mentioned, Tom, because of the 4, it's the one that has the public is likely the least aware of it, because it has not had any sort of, there's never been any attempt to release it on home entertainment, even in a limited form.
Right. And something like the Untouchables is well-traveled ground, probably, from a publication standpoint, be it magazine or book. This is the last question. What are you working on next?
I'm talking with one of my publishers, not the publisher of Men of Action, but the Black Pawn Press, the publisher of the FBI dossier, about a couple of projects, one of which may be a revised edition of one of my previous books.
Oh, okay, cool.
I don't want to go into too many specifics because there's a third party involved, and once I know the third party involved, then I'll be happy to announce it. But we need to cross that bridge. But
I understand.
yeah. But,
Let's get together on this finale thing. Whatever you need from me on any topic, any subject, I'd be honored to be on TV Confidential.
I think we should do. I think we should do that. I think we should. I think we should think about a crossover, what
do you mean by crossover? Is that?
Oh no.
I'm special guest star on your show, then you do a special guest star on my, like the Green Hornet and Batman.
In the old days, this was in the 3 network universe. They would air part 1 of a show on Canon.
Okay.
And Barnaby Jones would be on Canon.
Yeah.
And or Magnum would be on Murder, She Wrote.
Yeah, no.
And part 1 would air on Magnum, and part 2 would air on Murder, She Wrote. So you had to watch both shows.
Batman would be on Green Hornet.
Batman would be on Green
Hornet would be on Batman. Yeah.
So I think we should do something like that.
In soccer, we call that home and away. You play us home and away. Let's do that. I'm game. Let's figure out if we want that to be the topic, or if we can figure out another topic. I'd love to.
We will figure out the logistics of it.
Yeah, and then if you just ever get bored, we'll figure out a topic. I can't expect you to write a book every time you're on my show, although anyway, it seems like you do anyway. The thing we could do is, we talked about David Jansen, top 5 all-time television actors.
Whatever I would be, whatever you want to do, I would be happy to do.
Well, let's have your people talk to my people,
and we'll work it out.
Basically that means you and I will talk.
That's right. That's right.
And we'll do it. But I thank you so much for your time. Again, you're the best. You know it all. You're eloquent at stating it, and you're just a regular Joe,
or a regular Ed.
A regular Ed. Sure.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much.
You're a good egg, as we say.
Well, I learned from the best. I've known Tom for 30 years, and he was one of the first supporters of. He was one of the first supporters of this book back when it was known as 20 Years of the Rockford Book. So
The Wolf said, "Thanks, Ed. It's been a pleasure. Nice to meet someone else that appreciates these shows the way the Gringo Giant, which is what he calls me, and I do."
Yeah, well, you're the big kahuna.
I used to be, but I am 6'5", so that's why that's why he calls me the Gringo Giant. Anyway, again, Ed, thanks so much. We'll talk later, and best of continued success with both books, and have a very happy holiday season. Although I'll be chatting with you on Facebook soon.
Absolutely. Best wishes to you, Tom. Best wishes to your viewers. Best wishes to you and yours for the holidays and beyond.
11 o'clock Central Time, Friday, December 20th, the day the talking stopped. We'll see you later.
Thank you, Tom.
Bye-bye. Oh, man, it's been awesome having Ed Robertson with us. I always enjoy talking to him. I feel like I could talk to him forever. I'm glad that he humors me and my modicum of television knowledge. And I'm glad that you guys humor me. We will be doing a show at 3 o'clock Eastern tomorrow for members only. Maybe I'll call somebody that, hangs out in San Diego. You may know him as the Wolf. But all I'm going to do is play old audio from my old radio shows and comment on them. And that's what we're going to do. I got to get something to eat. I got to go get some sleep. And then I got to go to the grocery store. So at 6 a.m. in the morning. Thanks for being here. Oh, God, I love shows like this. And with all that being said, until next time. Hold on. We'll see you next time.